They say some rules are best left unbroken. Here at Night Creepypasta Rules, we explore what happens when they are. Welcome to your weekly fix of the finest, most unnerving creepypasta rules horror. This isn't just a video, it's a dare. And tonight's collection culminates in a twist so insidious you'll be replaying it in your mind long after the screen goes dark. Trust me, you need to see this one through to its chilling conclusion. What rules do you think are unbreakable? Let the shadows know in the comments. And if you're drawn to the darkness, if you seek thrills that linger, then subscribe. Become part of the night. Steel your nerves. The stories are waiting. And the ending is worth the fear. They call it a place of conservation. I call it a museum of things that should stay buried. Welcome to the Stone Pine Wildlife Refuge, a place in the Arizona desert where the animals aren't the only ones being watched. My name is Diego Silva, and I came here seeking quiet, a place to forget the sounds of war. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules, just to survive the night shift. What's the creepiest sound you've ever heard in the wilderness? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to enter the Stone Pine after dark, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because here, the past isn't dead. It's just waiting to be fed. The first watch begins now. I came to the Stone Pine Wildlife Refuge to trade the echoes of war for the sounds of nature, hoping the call of a wolf could drown out the memory of a dying soldier's last breath. But the animals here in the high, lonely desert of northern Arizona, they make noises I've never heard in any textbook. Sounds that crawl under your skin and nest in your brain after the sun bleeds out behind the mesas. My predecessor, a vet named Dr. Colton Briggs, they said he took his own life. A man who spent 40 years saving animals doesn't just decide to quit breathing. I took his job, his small, dusty office, and the 3 strange rules he'd scrawled on the office whiteboard in a shaky, desperate hand. A final will and testament for a job I was beginning to suspect was more than just a job. If you hear roars with a job, no source. Wear the iron bracelet from the office. Carry fresh meat when passing the extinct species section. They're still hungry. When a door opens by itself, count backward from 10 and run. The air here is thin and should smell of pine and dust. But near the extinct species wing, where the empty, high-security enclosures bear the names of things gone for 10,000 years, it smells of cold, freshly turned earth, and a faint, coppery tang of blood. They told me Dr. Briggs' last report just said he was going to feed the artifacts. They found his empty meat bucket lying right outside the barred gate for the aurochs, an animal that hasn't walked the earth since the 1600s. My name is Diego Silva, and for 6 years my hands were trained to stitch up soldiers and working dogs in the dust of places I was supposed to forget. Now they were meant to care for endangered wolves and rehabilitated cougars. A quiet life, that's what I wanted. The refuge's administrative director, Marla Breck, had painted a perfect picture during my interview. She was sharp, charismatic, with a politician's smile and a conservationist's vocabulary. She spoke of groundbreaking research, of wealthy, anonymous donors passionate about preserving the planet's legacy. She spoke of Dr. Briggs's death with a beautifully rehearsed sadness, calling it a tragic loss for the community. The night guard, a grizzled, world-weary man named Kevin Dune, who smelled faintly of whiskey and regret, gave me a different orientation. He just pointed a shaky finger at the whiteboard in my new office. Briggs wrote those a week before he checked out, Kevin had mumbled, his eyes avoiding mine. The kid before you, a summer intern, he thought Rule 3 was a joke. We never even found a footprint, just his car, still in the parking lot. My first night shift was a baptism in unnerving silence. The refuge, sprawling over hundreds of acres, felt vast and empty under a brilliant canopy of stars. I did my rounds, checking the enclosures. The wolves were restless, pacing, their ears flat against their skulls, whining low in their throats. They weren't looking at me. They were staring out into the darkness at something I couldn't see. It was close to 2 a.m. when I heard it, a deep, guttural, chest-rattling roar that was definitively feline, but far too deep, too powerful for the cougars housed half a mile away. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a sound that vibrated up from the soles of my boots. The wolves began to howl in a chorus of pure terror. My military instinct screamed at me. Apex predator. Unknown location. Threat imminent. My rational mind reeled. But the first rule on the whiteboard blazed in my memory. I hurried back to the office, my heart hammering against my ribs. In the top drawer of Briggs's old desk, exactly where Kevin had said it would be, was a heavy coiled bracelet of what looked like cold-forged iron, its surface worn smooth with time. It was surprisingly heavy. I clasped it around my left wrist. The metal was icy against my skin. I stepped back outside. The roaring hadn't stopped, but it had changed. It sounded distant now, unfocused, like a radio station struggling to find its signal. The sound was still there, but the bone-jarring, terrifying proximity was gone. The iron worked. As I stood there under the cold starlight, trying to process the impossible, my flashlight beam caught something glinting on the ground near the big cat enclosure. I knelt and picked it up. It was a seed pod, dark and woody, unlike anything native to Arizona. It looked ancient, something from a jungle thousands of miles away. It felt wrong in my hand, a piece of a puzzle I was terrified to solve. The days that followed were a tense truce with the impossible. I clung to logic, to my training. I started my own quiet investigation under the guise of reviewing Dr. Briggs' old case files. This led me to Maya Jiang, a bright, data-driven zoological researcher working on a temporary grant at Stone Pine. She was initially wary of my probing questions, but when I mentioned the strange fear reactions from the wolves, a flicker of recognition crossed her face. "I've seen it too," she admitted, lowering her voice and pulling up a file on her laptop. "Look at this. Acoustic analysis of the wolf pack's vocalizations. These fear signatures. They're off the charts. It's the kind of stress you'd see in a prey animal during a direct attack from a predator they've never encountered. But there's nothing out there." She then showed me audio files she'd captured on her long-range microphones. Recordings of the same disembodied roars I'd heard. Sounds that she, with all her expertise, couldn't identify. My duties eventually forced me to confront the refuge's strangest feature, the extinct species wing. It was a series of large, high-security enclosures, impeccably maintained, but utterly empty. Polished brass plaques on each one bore the names of creatures from nightmare and history. Smilodon fatalis, Octodosimus, Megalopteros, saber-toothed cat, short-faced bear, Irish elk. It felt like a monument to a lost world. It felt like a monument to a lost world. Remembering the second rule, I stopped by the commissary kitchen and grabbed a vacuum-sealed pack of fresh raw steak. My hands felt foolish, my actions absurd, but the memory of that roar was still a cold knot in my stomach. As I walked down the long, silent corridor of empty enclosures, the air grew noticeably colder. The smell of pine and dust was replaced by the smell of a butcher's shop, raw meat and cold steel. I stopped before the Smilodon enclosure. The plaque gleamed under the luggage security lights. The enclosure was empty, a barren, rocky habitat behind thick bars. Yet, I heard a sound, a low, soft chuffing, the contented sound a very large cat makes. It seemed to come from the shadows in the back of the enclosure. My heart hammered. This was insane. With a trembling hand, I unsealed the steak and tossed it through the feeding slot. It didn't hit the ground. It vanished mid-air with a soft, wet, tearing sound. And from the empty shadows, a deep, rumbling purr of satisfaction echoed through the corridor. A sound so real, so powerful, It vibrated through the concrete floor. I backed away slowly, my mind refusing to process what my senses were screaming at me. Later that day, Maya called me to a research station, her voice tight with a nervous excitement. "Diego, you have to see this." I was scrubbing through old security footage from last month, from the night that big horn sheep went into unexplained cardiac arrest. The camera angles are terrible, lots of glitches, but look. She played the clip. The footage was grainy, flickering. It showed the sheep enclosure, the animals clearly agitated. Then for about 3 seconds before the screen dissolved into static, a figure came into view at the edge of the frame, standing near the fence line, just watching. The resolution was poor, but the silhouette was unmistakable. It wasn't an animal. It was Marla Breck, her posture calm, her hands clasped behind her back, a silent observer in the dead of night. The timestamp showed 3:17 a.m. Marla's nocturnal visit to the enclosures was a discordant note in the carefully composed symphony of her professional persona. A director shouldn't be wandering the grounds at 3 a.m. Maya, and I became a quiet, two-person investigative team. We dug deeper, using her academic access and my pretense of organizing old files. We found Dr. Briggs' private veterinary logs, hidden on an encrypted partition of his old desktop. The entries were chilling. He documented phenomena that defied all biological science. Female herbivores in the southern pasture exhibiting phantom pregnancies, their bodies preparing for phantom births. The primate troop engaging in extreme, frantic territorial aggression, but only towards one specific direction: the administrative building's basement. An area Marla had told me during my tour was a climate-controlled archive for sensitive historical documents and benefactor artifacts, and was strictly off-limits to all but senior staff. My conversations with Kevin Dune grew more frequent. I started sharing a little of my whiskey with him on his rounds, loosening his tongue. One night, huddled in the security shack against a biting wind, he finally told me the story of the intern. His name was Leo, Kevin said, staring into his cup. Smart kid, a real go-getter. A year ago, maybe more, Marla had him checking a faulty lock on a service door, one of the ones on the side of the admin building. It was late. I was making my rounds and I saw him from a distance. The door, it just swung open on its own, Diego. Not a gust of wind. It just opened. Leo didn't move. He just stood there, staring into the dark hallway, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Kevin took a long swallow of whiskey. Took me maybe 30 seconds to get over to him. By the time I reached him, he was empty. I shone my light in his face. Nothing. He looked right through me. I asked him his name. He just blinked. I shook him, yelled at him. He didn't know who I was. He didn't know who he was. He just turned, calm as you please, and started walking off into the desert. We searched for 2 days. Never found him. Not a track, not a shred of cloth. Nothing. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a terrible, sober certainty. Rule 3. Diego. It's not about what's in the dark. It's about what the dark does to you. The story solidified the dread in my bones. The next day, Maya, emboldened by our discoveries, decided to push her luck. I'm a credentialed researcher, she argued. I have a right to see the inventory list for that archive. If there's an artifact affecting the animals, it's relevant to my study. She tried to access the archive's digital inventory from her research station. The result was immediate and violent. A vicious cyber attack, originating from an internal hardwired server, blitzed her system. Her laptop screen went black, a single mocking line of green text flashing for a second. Access denied. Her hard drive was completely wiped. That evening, she met me by the wolf enclosure, her face grim but resolute. She's hiding something, Diego. This proves it. I'm going to take a walk tonight. Get a look at that basement door myself. See if I can get a thermal reading. Something is producing energy down there. I begged her not to, the image of the empty intern fresh in my mind. But she was stubborn. "I'll be careful," she promised. "I'll stay in radio contact." She wasn't. The radio went silent at 1:45 a.m. I found her research station empty. The next morning, her car was gone from the staff parking lot. Marla Brett called a brief, all-staff meeting. Her face was a perfect mask of professional regret. "I'm sorry to announce," she said, her voice smooth and convincing, "that Maya Jiang's research grant was unexpectedly terminated by her university last night due to funding issues. She was quite upset and left without saying her goodbyes. We wish her the best." I looked around at the other staff members. They nodded, their expressions placid. When I mentioned Maya to a ranch hand later, he just looked at me with a vague, confused expression. "Maya? Oh yeah, the researcher. She left, didn't she? Weird." The memory of her was already fading, becoming a blurry, indistinct photograph in their minds. She was being erased. Maya's erasure was the final proof. This wasn't just a haunting. It was a hungry, intelligent system, and Marla was its gatekeeper. My grief for a woman I had only just begun to know solidified into a cold, hard resolve. I was no longer just investigating. I was at war. That night, I broke into Dr. Briggs's office. Not the main room, but his personal filing cabinet, the one Marla had assured me contained only outdated and irrelevant tax documents. The lock was cheap. Inside, beneath a stack of old veterinary journals, was what I was looking for. His real research. A thick, leather-bound ledger. The journal was a harrowing chronicle of a good man's descent into a world he was not equipped for. The first pages were filled with scientific curiosity, detailing the unidentified roars and strange animal behaviors. Then curiosity gave way to concern, and concern to outright terror. Briggs described the spectral animals in the extinct species wing, which he baited with meat just as I had. He wrote of his growing suspicion of Marla, of the secret, late-night deliveries she received, of the wealthy, strange donors she would tour through the off-limits basement. He had identified the source, a name he had found in a shipping manifest for an artifact listed as Peruvian funerary object. Cuenco de los Ecos, he'd written. A bowl of echoes. He theorized it was an acoustic parasite, an entity that fed on sound, life, and memory itself. He gave it a name from the scraps of folklore he'd found attached to the artifact's acquisition papers. Kor Athak, he wrote, the keeper of dying tongues. As I stood there in the silent office, absorbing the horrifying truth in Briggs's frantic script, the door, which I had carefully locked and wedged, shut with a chair, clicked open. It didn't swing open violently. It glided inward with a soft, deliberate sigh, as if extending an invitation. A profound silence immediately fell over the world. The chirping of the crickets outside, the distant howl of a coyote, the low hum of the office refrigerator. Everything stopped. It was a perfect, absolute vacuum of sound. Rule 3. When a door opens by itself, count backward from 10 and run. My body went cold. My training screamed at me to assess the threat. But Kevin's story, the story of the heiress intern, drowned it out. This wasn't a threat you could fight. It was a presence you had to flee. It was a presence you had to flee. 10. I whispered, my voice sounding impossibly loud in the dead silence. I shoved Briggs's journal into my pack. 9. I could feel it in the doorway. A pressure. A vortex of cold and ancient silence. A void that promised to strip away everything I was. 8. I backed away from the desk, my eyes locked on the open, black rectangle of the doorway. 7. 6. I scrambled for the room's only other exit, the window. My hands fumbled with the latch, my fingers numb and clumsy with terror. 5. I saw it then. A flicker of movement in the doorway. Not a solid shape, but a distortion in the air. a swirling nexus of shadow, splintered animal bone, and the captured silent screams of 1,000 dying things. Korathak, Dada. I threw the window open, the sound of the metal scraping against the frame a shocking intrusion in the dead air. I tumbled out onto the dusty ground, landing hard, and ran. I didn't look back until I was 100 yards away, hidden in the shadow of a large rock. I risked a glance. The office was just an office. The door was closed. The lights were off. It was as if nothing had happened, but the silence remained, a suffocating blanket over the desert night. And then I read the last, spidery, barely legible entry in Briggs's journal. Written on the final page, she broke the pact. The family was meant to guard it, not feed it. The bowl isn't just a cage, it's a lens. It focuses its power, but a lens can be shattered. The first sounds, the original tongue, the caging song. It fears it. The silence eventually broke, not gradually, but all at once, like a spell shattering. The crickets, the wind, the distant sounds of the refuge rushed back in. So suddenly it felt like a physical blow, but the silence had left a residue, a cold, clean terror that scrubbed my mind of all doubt. Briggs was murdered. Maya was erased. I was next on the menu. Running was no longer an option. It would only be a temporary reprieve. Briggs' last words were a desperate, posthumous plea for a course of action. A lens can be shattered. I had to get to the bowl. I couldn't risk a direct assault on the administrative building. Marla would be watching, and the entity, Korathak, was clearly at her command. I needed a diversion, a big one. My mind falling back on the cold, brutal calculus of my military past, formulated a plan that made the veterinarian in me recoil in shame. I went to the veterinary pharmacy, my hands moving with a grim purpose. I prepared a massive dose of carfentanil, an opioid so powerful it could sedate a bull elephant with a single drop. My target was a magnificent bull elk, the pride of the refuge's North American Plains exhibit. To create a convincing, large-scale veterinary emergency, I had to risk the life of a perfectly healthy animal. The irony was a bitter pill. I fired the tranquilizer dart from a distance, then immediately sounded the code blue animal emergency alarm, a piercing siren reserved for life-threatening situations. As predicted, the refuge erupted in controlled chaos. Staff, including Kevin Doone, scrambled towards the northern pasture. It would buy me at most 30 minutes, with the refuge attention focused elsewhere. I slipped, ghost-like, towards the administrative building. The service door Kevin had described, the one that had claimed the intern, was my entry point. It was unlocked. The corridor beyond was sterile, modern, and silent. I followed the signs for archives, descending a flight of stairs into the basement. The air grew cold, the scent of ozone and something else, that faint, sweet smell of decay, becoming more pronounced. But this was no dusty archive. The basement had been converted into a private, opulent museum. Gleaming glass cases held priceless artifacts from around the world. Egyptian canopic jars, Roman legionary standards, Mesoamerican pottery. It was a billionaire's treasure trove, a showroom for the wealthy, eccentric donors Marla had cultivated. And in the very center of the large circular room, sitting on a black velvet pedestal under a single dramatic spotlight, was the Cuenco de los Ecos, the Bowl of Echoes. It was smaller than I'd imagined, a simple wooden vessel, dark and heavy-looking, its surface carved with intricate swirling patterns that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of my vision. The air around it was freezing, and a low, almost sub-audible hum vibrated from it, a sound that felt like it was trying to rearrange the atoms in my bones. This was the source, the lens, the cage. Impressive, isn't it? Marla Breck's voice, calm and cool, cut through the silence. She was standing by a display of tribal masks, a small, elegant-looking pistol held loosely, expertly, in her hand. She wasn't surprised to see me. She had been waiting. I knew Dr. Briggs's inquisitive nature would eventually rub off on you, Diego, she said, a small, condescending smile playing on her lips. He was a brilliant vet, but he lacked vision. He saw a cage. I see a tool. A tool for what, Marla? I asked, my voice low, my eyes darting around the room, assessing threats, exits. Feeding your investors' egos? Erasing people who get in your way? Don't be so dramatic, she scoffed, gesturing to the bowl. They don't want to save endangered animals, Diego. Not really. They want to buy experiences. They want to touch the sublime, to feel the thrill of the unknown, to believe they can cheat death. And I provide that experience. A bespoke, curated paranormal event. And business, she added, her smile widening, is very, very good. The pieces clicked into place. The phantom roars, the spectral animals, the doors opening on their own. They weren't random hauntings. They were a show. A carefully managed performance, with the staff as the unwilling, and sometimes expendable, stagehands. Briggs, Maya? I asked, my voice tight with cold rage. Necessary write-offs, she said, her voice devoid of any emotion. She said, her voice devoid of any emotion. They threatened the integrity of the exhibition. They wanted to shatter the lens, when the real genius is in learning how to focus it. She raised the pistol, its aim steady. And now, Diego, you are going to be the star of my next live demonstration. I have a very special investor flying in this evening. He's paying a great deal for a private viewing, and he has a particular interest in human-animal psychic transference. She gestured with the gun towards a control panel set into the wall. A sleek, modern interface of touchscreens and dials wired directly to the pedestal. I've learned so much about Korathak, she said, her eyes gleaming with fanatical light. I can attune its frequency. I can coax its manifestations. Watch. She tapped the screen. The humming from the bowl intensified. The air grew thick and cold. From the shadows in the corners of the room, shapes began to coalesce. First one, then two, then three spectral saber-toothed cats, the Smilodons from the empty enclosure. They were semi-transparent, shimmering with a ghostly light, but their claws and teeth, their low guttural snarls, were terrifyingly real. They padded silently across the floor, their spectral eyes fixed on me, and began to circle. The rules, Diego, Marla said, her voice a triumphant purr. They aren't for survival. They aren't for survival. They are the operating parameters for the show. The iron disrupts the frequency, so the roar seems distant. The meat sates the primal echo, making the manifestation docile. And the 10-second rule? That's just the time it takes for Korathak to get a good clean lock on a subject's memory before it feeds. You have followed the script perfectly. And now, for the finale. The spectral cat stopped circling, crouched, ready to spring. Marla kept the gun trained on my heart. I was trapped. The star of a show where the only applause was the sound of my own screaming. I clutched the heavy iron bracelet on my wrist, my mind racing, searching for the discordant note, the caging song Briggs had written about in his last, desperate scrawl. The spectral Smilodons crouched, their forms shimmering, their ghostly muscles tense to spring. Their snarls were silent, yet I could feel the vibration of their menace in the marrow of my bones. Marla held the pistol with the steady hand of a predator who knows the hunt is over, a smug, proprietary smile on her face. She was the director, and I was the final act. It's a beautiful symbiotic relationship, really, she said, her voice conversational, as if explaining a business model at a board meeting. I provide Korathak with stimulus, with the energy of fear and life force. In return, it gives me these tangible miracles. a gateway to something beyond, and my clients pay handsomely for a glimpse. My mind was a whirlwind, scrambling for the clue from Briggs's journal. The first sounds, the original tongue. It fears Yan Hoa, or Korathak, as Briggs had named it, was a mimic, a creature of echoes. It replicated the roars of dead predators, the fear of living prey. It built its reality from the sounds of others. What sound was uniquely its own? What sound could it not replicate because it was the source of its own subjugation? The cat's lunged. I didn't run. I reacted. I tore the heavy iron bracelet from my wrist and threw it, not at the cats, but at the sleek control panel on the wall. The heavy iron smashed into the touchscreen with a shower of sparks and shattered glass. The effect was immediate. Marla screamed in fury as her control over the show was severed. The spectral cats faltered, their forms flickering violently, their snarls turning into a sound of confused, screeching static. They were no longer being directed. They were raw, untethered manifestations of the entity's power. "You fool," Marla shrieked, firing the pistol. The shot went wide, ricocheting off a glass display case with a sharp crack as I dived behind a heavy stone sarcophagus. "You've taken away my control. Now it will be indiscriminate." She was right. The humming from the bowl intensified, becoming a deep, angry thrum. The entity was no longer performing. It was lashing out, but the broken control panel had given me an idea. Briggs had left more than just his journal. His work phone, which I had retrieved from his office, was in my pocket. He had been a man of science, a meticulous researcher. If he had found a clue, he would have saved it. Huddled behind the sarcophagus, my hands shaking, I scrolled through the phone's files. There were audio recordings, veteran notes, and then I saw it. A folder labeled Ethnography, Peruvian Expedition, 1934. Inside was a single, crackling audio file. Its title was Shamanic Caging Chant, Last of the Unku Tribe. This was it. The original tongue, the sound of the entity's own prison bars being forged. Marla was trying to reboot the damaged control panel, her back to me. The spectral cats were dissolving and reforming, their movements now chaotic and unpredictable. I had one chance. I held the phone, my thumb hovering over the play button. I remembered Briggs's last words. A lens can be shattered. I had to get closer to the lens itself, the bowl. I took a deep breath and broke cover, sprinting from behind the sarcophagus directly towards the pedestal in the center of the room. Marla spun around, her face a mask of disbelief and rage, and raised the pistol. "Get away from that!" she screamed. "Get away from that!" she screamed. But I was already there. I stood before the humming, vibrating Cuenco de los Ecos. The air around it so cold it burned my lungs. I could feel its power trying to worm its way into my mind, trying to find my memories, my fears. It whispered to me in the voice of my fallen military dog, a whimper of pain. It showed me a flicker of Maya Zhang's face, her eyes wide and empty. I ignored it all. I raised the phone, aimed it at the bowl like a weapon, and pressed play. The sound that erupted from the phone's small speaker was nothing I had ever heard. It was not a song, not a language of words, but something far more ancient. A series of deep, guttural, rhythmic clicks, pops, and resonant throat singing. A sound that was both biological and geological. The sound of shifting rock, and a beating heart, and a dying breath all at once. It was the caging song. The effect on the entity was immediate and catastrophic. A piercing, multi-toned shriek, like 1,000 animals dying at once, exploded from the wooden bowl. This was not a sound Korathak could mimic. This was a sound it remembered. It was the sonic key to its own prison, the command code for its own submission. The spectral cats dissolved instantly into screaming, black static. The humming stopped, replaced by a sound of pure vibrational agony. The Cuenco de los Ecos began to glow with a sickening internal light. A web of fiery cracks spread across its dark, carved surface. The ancient power, turned back in on itself by the sound of its own binding, was tearing its vessel apart from the inside. "No," Marla screamed, a sound of utter despair, her ambition and power crumbling to dust in a matter of seconds. "My collection. My power." She raised the pistol to fire at me, to stop the sound, but it was too late. The imploding energy from the bowl created a localized vortex, a whirlwind of screaming sound and shadow, centered on the artifact. Marla, standing too close, was caught in the maelstrom. She was not ripped apart. Something far worse happened. She was unraveled. Her physical form flickered, her voice dissolving into a frantic chorus of echoes. Her own words, the roar of the Smilodon, the whisper of the wind, the click of the caging song. She was being broken down into her component sounds, her memories, her essence absorbed by the dying entity as its final desperate meal. She became the last dying tongue the Keeper would ever consume. With a final silent scream, her form was pulled into the shattering bowl. The bowl exploded, not with a bang, but with a silent implosion of light, followed by a shower of inert, blackened splinters of wood, and a puff of ancient dust, and then silence. A true, clean, blessed silence. The cold was gone. The presence was gone. The air smelled only of dust and ozone from the shattered control panel. I walked out of the refuge that night and never looked back. The official story, the one the world could digest, was that Marla Breck, a disturbed and obsessive collector, had died in a tragic fire caused by faulty wiring in her secret, illegal basement showroom. The refuge was shut down, its assets seized, its surviving animals relocated. I found a job at a small, quiet animal shelter in a town where the loudest noise is the afternoon school bell. For the first time in years, I felt a measure of peace. The echoes in my own head had finally started to fade. Then, a month ago, a package arrived. No return address. Inside, nestled on a bed of cotton, was a single, smooth, dark splinter of wood, unmistakably a fragment from the shattered bowl. Beneath it was a photograph. The photo was of a new gleaming museum exhibit, the Breck Collection, Echoes of the Lost World, sponsored by a consortium of anonymous wealthy donors. And in the center of the exhibit, under a spotlight, was a new artifact, a smaller, intricately carved ceremonial knife, described on the plaque as the sister artifact to the legendary Lost Cuenco de los Ecos. Tucked behind the photo was a small embossed card. It read, "The collection is incomplete. A new lens requires a new keeper. We know you hold a piece of the original. We know you remember the tune. The piece is gone." The silence is no longer a comfort, because now, when I listen very closely, I know that they are listening too, and they are waiting for me to lead them to the rest of their collection. They say this is where the road to nowhere ends. I say it's where the dead come for a cup of coffee. Welcome to the morning diner, tucked away in a fold of the Appalachian Mountains so deep, the modern world forgets to visit. My name is Ellis Crane, and I came here to disappear, to outrun my past. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the present. What's the creepiest roadside attraction you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments below, and if you're brave enough to pull up a stool, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because at the morning diner, the customers never truly leave. The graveyard shift begins now. I came to the morning diner to bury my past. But it turns out this place only serves the dead. It's a forgotten greasy spoon tucked into a dark, suffocating fold of the Appalachian Mountains. A place where the static on the old countertop radio sounds too much like whispers, and the bitter, burnt coffee always tastes faintly of grave dirt and regret. My only co-worker, a girl named Maeve with haunted ancient eyes, handed me a sawed-off shotgun loaded with rock salt shells and 3 rules to survive the graveyard shift. Keep a loaded shotgun with rock salt shells behind the counter. Regular shotguns. Regular bullets don't work on mountain heights. If the jukebox plays Country Roads Backwoods, all the mountain spirits are coming home. Lock the doors immediately. When the Pope-like monster enters and demands you choose between hanging, burning, or being torn apart by trains, you must choose all 3 simultaneously. The last guy who worked my shift, a fella named Ricky, they said he just up and quit in the middle of the night. But earlier, I found his name tag face down in a pool of something dark and sticky behind the jukebox, right after it played a mournful old ballad I didn't recognize, a song that sounded a lot like a final choked-out goodbye. My name is Ellis Crane, and penance is a funny thing. For 3 years in a state penitentiary, it was concrete walls and the echoing clang of steel doors. Now, it's the smell of stale grease, the low buzzing hum of a flickering neon sign that reads Morny G. Dyer, and a loneliness so profound it feels like a physical weight on my chest. I took this job because the ad paid cash, no questions asked, and this forgotten stretch of winding mountain road was as far from my old life as I could get. I just needed to earn enough to get my truck running and disappear for good. I didn't count on the job having its own kind of prison bars, its own kind of life sentence. Maeve moved around the small diner with a practiced, weary grace that belied her years. She couldn't have been more than her late 20s, but her eyes held the exhaustion of a senior citizen. She showed me how to work the ancient grill, how to coax the wheezing coffee machine into producing its sludgy brew, and how to handle the shotgun. "You probably won't need it," she'd said, her voice a low, smoky murmur. "But if you do, you'll need it bad. Aim for the center mass. Paints aren't solid, see? They're more like bruises on the air. Memories with bad intentions. The salt just dissolves them, reminds them they're supposed to be gone." I grunted, hefting the shotgun. It felt solid, real, a comforting counterpoint to the surreal, almost dreamlike quality of the diner. The red vinyl booths were cracked and faded, the chrome trim pitted and dull. An old-fashioned jukebox stood in the corner like a silent, colorful tombstone. Outside the large plate glass windows, the forest was a solid wall of impenetrable black, the trees pressing in as if trying to reclaim the small patch of light where the diner stood. The first customers arrived just after 2 a.m. They didn't drive up. They simply appeared. One moment, the stools at the counter were empty. The next, 3 figures were sitting there, hunched over, their forms indistinct and wavering at the edges, like a bad TV signal. They were silent, their clothes from another era. One man in dusty overalls, a woman in a simple 1940s house dress, another man in a tattered rail worker's uniform. A shiver, cold and sharp, traced its way down my spine. "The Haints," Maeve murmured, not looking at them directly. She was busy wiping down an already spotless counter. "They're the easy ones. They're just lost. Confused. They don't know they're dead. Don't talk to them. Don't try to take an order. Just let them sit. They'll remember where they're supposed to be eventually." I watched, my hand hovering near the shotgun and stashed behind the counter. The air grew cold where they sat, a damp, cellar-like chill that made my breath mist. The rail worker slowly lifted his head. His face was a pale, sorrowful smudge. His features indistinct, but his gaze was surprisingly intense. He looked past me, his eyes fixing on Maeve. His mouth opened, and though no sound came out, I could clearly read the single word he formed with his pale, transparent lips. "Liar." Then, like smoke caught in a breeze, he and the other 2 figures dissolved, fading back into the quiet hum of the diner. The profound cold receded with them. I looked at Maeve. She hadn't moved, her back still to where the haints had been, but I saw her knuckles, where she gripped the cleaning rag, were white. The first week was a masterclass in denial. I learned the diner's rhythms, the groans of the old building, the way the shadows in the corners seemed to shift and writhe when I wasn't looking directly at them. The haints came and went, silent, sorrowful specters who seemed more tragic than terrifying. I learned to ignore them, to focus on the mundane, mopping the floors, refilling the salt shakers, trying to scrub away the faint, coppery smell that sometimes seemed to rise from the drains. It was a job, a weird, unsettling job, but a job. I was convincing myself I could handle it, but the questions, like weeds, kept pushing up through the cracks in my carefully constructed reality. One slow night, while cleaning out a cluttered supply closet, my fingers brushed against a loose floorboard. Prying it up, I found a small, dusty cavity beneath. Inside was a shoebox. It was filled with old, curled photographs, dozens of them. They all showed Maeve, standing in front of the diner, her arm around a smiling coworker. But the coworker was different in every photo. A young man with a hopeful grin, an older, tired-looking woman, a fresh-faced teenage boy. They all wore the same morning diner uniform. And in every single photo, May's smile was exactly the same, a practiced, brittle thing that never, ever reached her haunted eyes. Tucked at the bottom of the box was a small, tarnished silver locket. I was staring at the locket when the jukebox in the corner, which had been playing a steady stream of mournful classic country, clicked off. The sudden silence was deafening, a vacuum that pulled at my eardrums. Maeve, who had been prepping ingredients for the non-existent breakfast rush, froze, a knife hovering over an onion. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with a terror so pure and absolute it made the hair on my arms stand on end. "No," she whispered, her voice a choked, strangled sound. "Not tonight. Please, not tonight." The silence stretched, taut and agonizing. Then, a loud mechanical clunk came from the jukebox. The turntable began to spin, but I could see from the angle of the tone arm that it was spinning the wrong way. The needle dropped onto the vinyl with a horrific, scratching screech, and the familiar, gentle opening chords of John Denver's Country Roads began to play. Backwards, it was a hideous demonic parody of the beloved song. The melody was a discordant, screeching dirge, and the lyrics, when they began, were a guttural, demonic chant. The words twisted into something ancient and foul. It was the sound of a home not longed for, but of a home that was a trap, a gaping maw. "The doors!" Maeve shrieked. Her practiced calm shattered into a million pieces. She threw the knife down and scrambled for the main entrance, her movements frantic. "Ellis, lock the damn doors! Now!" Her terror was contagious. I bolted from the supply closet, my heart hammering. I slammed the heavy deadbolt on the back door just as she fumbled with the locks on the front. Outside, the world had changed. The quiet, dark forest was no longer just trees. It was moving, dozens, then hundreds of pairs of eyes, like hot, glowing embers, ignited in the darkness. Shadowy figures, taller than men, some stooped and animalistic, others unnaturally gaunt and thin, began to emerge from between the trees. They were the mountain spirits, the things the Haints were afraid of. They converged on the diner, a silent, inexorable tide of primal darkness. Their hands, long and skeletal, pressed against the plate glass windows. No sound came from them, but I could feel their collective will, a psychic pressure pushing, demanding to be let in. They weren't just spirits. They were a hunger. And the backwards song was their dinner bell. In the midst of the chaos, my eyes were drawn to the jukebox. Standing beside it, her form flickering and translucent, was the ghostly figure of a young woman in a faded 1950s waitress uniform. It was Nora Bell, a haint I'd seen a few times, always quiet, always sad. But now her face was a mask of desperate, urgent sorrow. Her transparent hand was stretched out, her finger pointing frantically at the selection button for a different song, a different record. She hadn't been playing the backwards song. She had been trying to warn us. The mountain spirits pressed against the glass for what felt like an eternity, their silent, hungry eyes promising a multitude of terrible fates. The backwards song played on, a screeching, looping soundtrack to our siege. Then, as the first faint hint of dawn began to bruise the eastern sky, the song ground to a halt. The spirits outside recoiled, as if struck, fading back into the forest like smoke, dissipating in the morning mist. The oppressive pressure vanished, leaving behind only the diner's usual, suffocating quiet. Maeve collapsed into one of the vinyl booths, her body trembling, her face pale and slick with sweat. I stood panting, the rock salt shotgun clutched in my hands, its weight a useless comfort against the memory of those eyes. "What the hell was that, Maeve?" I demanded, my voice raw. "A bad night," she managed, her voice shaky. She wouldn't meet my gaze. "It happens sometimes. The wiring in the jukebox gets crossed. It plays the wrong thing." The lie was so pathetic, so transparent, it was insulting. Before I could press her, the crunch of tires on the gravel outside announced a new arrival. A beat-up county sheriff's patrol car pulled up, and a man in his 50s with a weary, weathered face and a sheriff's star pinned to his uniform got out. "Morning, Maeve," he said, pushing through the unlocked door. His eyes scanned the diner, lingering for a moment on my face, on the shotgun in my hands. "Everything all right?" Had a report of some strange electrical interference from this direction. "Everything's fine, Sheriff Griggs," Maeve said, her composure returning with startling speed. "Just a power surge. Blew a few fuses." Sheriff Griggs grunted, his gaze sharp and intelligent. He looked at me. "You're the new fella, Ellis Crane." It wasn't a question, a word of friendly advice, son. This diner, it isn't a healthy place. Some places are just spoiled, like milk left out in the sun. Best to move on before you curdle too. His words were a warning, delivered with the weary resignation of a man who had seen too much. He finished his coffee, paid with a crumpled dollar bill, and left. But as he stood up, he accidentally knocked a thin, manila file folder off the counter onto the floor at my feet. "Dan," he muttered, not bothering to pick it up. Getting clumsy in my old age, he walked out without a backward glance. I picked it up. It was a cold case file. Missing persons, hiker group, 10 years ago. Inside were grainy photos of 4 smiling college kids, last seen on a trail that passed within a mile of the diner. The report detailed the fruitless search, the lack of any evidence. Tucked in the back was a smaller, separate report from a young Deputy Griggs, detailing his own partner's disappearance 20 years prior, after responding to a silent 911 call that had been traced to the diner's disconnected phone line. My hands were shaking as I put the file down. This place didn't just spoil people, it consumed them. My eyes fell on the shoebox I'd found, on the small tarnished locket. Driven by a new suspicion, I used the tip of a knife to pry open the back of the jukebox. It hadn't been built that way. The mechanism was a nest of modern wiring, soldered crudely onto the old analog parts. Tucked deep inside, taped to the motor, was a small silver locket. It was identical to the one in the shoebox. I pried it open. Inside was a tiny, faded photograph of a different young woman, her face frozen in a silent scream. The name engraved on the back was Ricky, the name of the man who worked here before me. The second locket was a revelation. This wasn't just a string of tragedies. It was a pattern. A ritual. Maeve was at the center of it, a spider in a web of feigned helplessness. That night, I confronted her, laying the open lockets and the stack of photos on the counter between us. "Who are they, Maeve?" I asked, my voice low and dangerous. "All your old co-workers." For a moment, her mask of weary sorrow slipped, revealing a flash of cold, hard panic. Then, she recovered, tears welling in her eyes. "It was a masterful performance. Lorelei," she whispered, pointing to the photo in the first locket. "That was my sister. She disappeared from here, years ago. I'm working here, trying to find out what happened. The others, they were just people who came and went. People who couldn't handle the strangeness of this place. It was a good lie, a practiced lie. It was designed to disarm me, to forge a bond over shared loss, to make me an ally instead of an accuser. Part of me, the part that still ached for Sarah, wanted to believe her. But the cold, hard evidence of the lockets told a different story. Driven by the information in Griggs's file, I spent the afternoon exploring the woods behind the diner. Just as the old maps in the file had indicated, I found it. A set of old, overgrown railroad tracks leading to a massive, collapsed trestle bridge spanning a deep, rocky gorge. The local Pope Lick Bridge, a place steeped in dark legends. The air here felt different, heavy with a sense of immense, ancient power. The smell of sulfur and ozone was faint but undeniable. When I returned to the diner, Nora Bell, the ghostly waitress, was there, shimmering by the jukebox. She was more solid than I'd ever seen her, her sorrow a palpable force in the room. She didn't look at me, but she raised a trembling, translucent hand and pointed to a specific song selection, D12. I looked at the song list. Delph, The Wreck of the Old 97, a classic ballad about a real-life, fatal train crash. A story of speed, greed, and broken promises. It was another warning. That night, the diner was quiet. Too quiet, no haints, no whispers, just a heavy, expectant silence. Around midnight, the old service bell above the kitchen door, a bell I'd never heard ring, chimed once. A clear, sharp sound that cut through the silence. Me froze, her face draining of all color. The air grew thick, heavy, charged with static electricity. The lights flickered, and the smell of hot iron and sulfur flooded the room, overpowering the scent of old coffee. The front door of the diner, which had been locked, swung open with a slow, deliberate groan. Maeve let out a small, whimpering sound and backed away, pressing herself against the far wall. A figure stooped to enter. It was a towering horror, a thing of nightmare and folklore made flesh. It had the powerful, hirsute legs and cloven hooves of a goat, but the torso and arms of a powerfully built man, covered in thick, matted black fur. Its face was a terrifying hybrid, its intelligent, slitted goat eyes burning with an ancient, pitiless light above a cruel, human-like mouth. The Pope-Lick monster. It shambled into the center of the diner, its hooves clicking sharply on the cracked linoleum floor. It completely ignored Maeve, who was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Its ancient, mesmerizing gaze fell upon me, and a voice, a deep, hypnotic baritone that seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my bones, filled the room. "The chain is broken and reforged," it spoke, its voice the sound of shifting rock and broken promises. "The debt is due. The final link, the one who has cheated death, is found." It took another step, its presence warping the very air around it. "How?" it asked, its gaze boring into my soul. "Will you choose to pay?" The creature's voice was a physical force, a deep, resonant hum that settled in my marrow and vibrated through the floorboards. It was a voice that promised ancient contracts and inescapable consequences. The air in the diner grew thick and cold, heavy with the weight of its question. My past. The one I had run so far and so hard to escape. The botched robbery. The flash of the gunshot. The yawning black chasm I had fallen into for a few precious seconds before being dragged back by the frantic hands of paramedics was no longer a secret. This thing knew. The one who cheated death. It had been waiting for me. Maeve, pressed against the far wall, was a statue of pure terror. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the goat man, her breath coming in shallow, hitching gasps. All her practiced calm, all her weary knowledge, had been stripped away, leaving only the raw, primal fear of a mouse cornered by a serpent. The Pope-lick monster took another slow, deliberate step, its hooves making sharp, distinct clicks on the cheap linoleum. The sound was unnervingly clean, a counterpoint to the being's ragged, bestial form. Its eyes, the color of old, tarnished gold with horizontal, slitted pupils, never left my face. They held a terrifying intelligence, a knowledge of ages that made my own 30-odd years feel as brief and insignificant as the flicker of a match. The pact was struck in fire and sealed with iron. The monster's baritone voice rumbled, seeming to emanate from the very structure of the diner. 3 barons of the railroad sought wealth from the mountain's heart. They promised me dominion over this track, this crossing, and a soul from each of their lines should their fortunes turn. They grew rich, and then they sought to cheat me. They tore up the track, collapsed the trestle, and tried to erase the debt with silence. It gestured with a powerful furred hand, its long, sharp fingernails like yellowed ivory. But the mountain remembers, and I'm a patient collector. It was a history lesson delivered by a nightmare. The wreck of the old 97. The song Nora Bell had pointed to. A broken promise. It was all connected. Their fates became the new terms of the debt. The creature continued, its voice hypnotic, drawing me in. One was found hanging from the rafters of his own mansion, his greed having strangled him. The second died in a hotel fire, a lit cigar dropped in a drunken stupor. The third, in a fit of paranoia, wandered onto another track and was obliterated by the Midnight Express. Its gaze hardened, the golden eye seeming to pulse with a faint internal light. Hanging, burning. The train, the choice falls to you, Ellis Crane, the final link in their chain of broken faith. Your soul will close the account. Choose one, and your suffering will be manageable. Choose poorly, and your essence will be the grease that oils this diner's wheels for a millennium. My mind raced. Rule number 3. When the Pope-lick monster enters and demands you choose between hanging, burning, or being torn apart by trains, you must choose all 3 simultaneously. It was an insane, paradoxical riddle. A koan from hell. How could anyone choose 3 deaths at once? Ellis. Maeve's voice was a choked whisper from across the room. She had found her voice, or a sliver of it. The legends, the old stories my grandma used to tell. It's a trick question. A riddle. You have to find the loophole. Just pick one. The easiest one. Maybe it will be satisfied. Her words were frantic, desperate. She sounded like she was trying to help me, to save me, but a cold shard of suspicion, born from the lockets and the photos and Caleb's last recorded words, pierced through my fear. Her advice felt wrong, too simple, too easy. The Haint's silent accusation echoed in my memory. Liar. I ignored her, my eyes locked with the monster's, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the creature's resonant hum. I thought of the 3 fates, a rope, a fire, a train. Separate, they were just deaths. But together, an image formed in my mind, a desperate, insane calculation. It was a gamble on the logic of a demon, A bet against the house in a game I couldn't possibly understand. But it was the only move I had. I took a deep, steadying breath, the air tasting of sulfur and electricity. "I choose," I said, my voice clearer and stronger than I thought possible. "I choose the burning rope, as it hangs me from the trestle, just as the train comes through to tear me apart." The silence that followed was absolute. The monster's hypnotic hum ceased. For a moment, its golden eyes widened, the pupils contracting to thin black slits. It was not the reaction of a creature whose riddle had been solved. It was the reaction of a master gamesman whose opponent had just made a move it had foreseen, but had hoped would not be played. Then it threw back its head and released a sound that was not a laugh, but a grating shriek of pure, unadulterated frustration. A sound of grinding metal and splitting rock that made the coffee cups rattle on their shelves. The riddle it answered. It roared, its voice losing its hypnotic quality and becoming a bellow of raw cosmic fury. The paradox is met. Your soul is shielded from the claim. It took a half step back, its form seeming to flicker for a moment, but then it stilled, a new, colder cunning entering its eyes. But the debt is not paid. The pact requires the soul of the one who last renewed it, or her willing replacement. The bargain stands. It raised a long, clawed finger not at me, but at the trembling figure against the wall. She stands beside you, the keeper of my prison, the one who sacrificed her own to buy her pathetic, fleeting years. Give her to me, Ellis Crane. Give me the lyre, and you may walk from this place. Maeve let out a terrified sob. The final mask had been torn away. Her friendly guidance, her shared moments of fear, her story of a lost sister. All of it had been a lie, a carefully constructed stage play to lead me to this exact moment. She wasn't my fellow prisoner. She was the warden, and she had just tried to trick me into taking her place on the gallows. "He lies," she screamed, her voice shrill with panic. "He's the monster. I was just trying to survive. I had no choice." "There is always a choice, Maeve," I said, my voice cold as the grave, enraged that its gambit had failed, that I had not been tricked into offering myself up. The monster's fury turned outward. "If I cannot have a willing soul, then I will take this place apart, stone by stone, until only dust and despair remain." It stomped a cloven hoof, and the floorboards buckled. The lights exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the diner into a terrifying gloom lit only by the flickering neon sign outside and the hellish golden glow of the creature's eyes. A wave of kinetic energy blasted from its body. The jukebox flew across the room and shattered against a wall. The grill erupted in a sheet of grease-fueled flame. The minor haints, the sad, silent specters at the counter, shrieked and dissolved into wisps of terrified static. This was no longer a negotiation. It was a violent, chaotic tantrum. Maeve screamed and scrambled towards the back room. The Pope-like monster, a being of immense raw power, now untethered by its own riddle, began to systematically destroy the diner, its prison around us. I grabbed the rock-salt shotgun from behind the counter, its wooden stock a solid, reassuring weight in the swirling chaos. The time for riddles was over. The diner became a whirlwind of supernatural violence. The monster, in its unbound fury, was a force of nature. With a sweep of its powerful arm, it sent the heavy steel counter flying, a screech of tortured metal echoing through the room. Booths were splintered, chairs turned to kindling. The air grew thick with the smell of burning vinyl and the sharp electric tang of raw power. I ducked behind the remains of the counter, the rock-salt shotgun feeling pitifully inadequate against such primal rage. Maeve had scrambled into the kitchen. I could hear her panicked sobs over the roar of the flames and the creature's guttural bellows. It wasn't just destroying the diner. It was trying to tear down the very walls of its prison, to unmake the space that held it. I knew I couldn't fight it head on. That would be suicide. But Maeve, she was the key. She was the current nexus of the pact, the reason the monster was still tethered here. I needed her. Maeve, I yelled, my voice raw from the smoke. Talk to me! How do you stop it? You've been here for years. You must know something. A loud crash from the kitchen was my only answer. I risked a peek over the counter. The monster was stalking back and forth in the center of the room, its golden eyes scanning the wreckage, searching for us. It was a predator pacing its cage, and the cage was rapidly falling apart. Suddenly, the wail of a distant siren cut through the chaos. It was faint, but growing closer. Sheriff Griggs. He must have seen the flames from the main road, or heard the impossible sounds echoing through the valley. A flicker of hope, hot and sharp, pierced through my terror. The monster heard it too. It stopped its rampage and turned its head towards the sound, a low, angry growl rumbling in its chest. The siren was an intrusion from the world outside, a world it couldn't touch but deeply resented. This was my chance. I scrambled over the debris and into the kitchen. It was a wreck of dented stainless steel and scattered utensils. Maeve was huddled in the corner, beneath a prep table, weeping, her face streaked with soot and tears. She looked up as I approached, her eyes wide with the terror of a cornered animal. "Get away from me!" she shrieked. "You did this! You were supposed to choose. You were supposed to take my place. Your place." I grabbed her by the arm, holding her to her feet. She was surprisingly light, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Your place was earned with the lives of Ricky and Lorelei and God knows how many others. Your time is up. Now you're going to tell me how to end this." My rough handling seemed to break through her hysteria. Her face crumbled, the years of feigned confidence and cold survivalism dissolving into a portrait of pure, pathetic misery. "You can't," she sobbed, her words tumbling out in a rush. "You don't understand. It's the pact. It's bound to this place, to the clock." "The clock?" I asked, glancing around. "The old railroad clock," she said, pointing a shaking finger towards the main dining room, towards the wall behind the counter. "The big one. It's not just a clock. It was a gift to the station from one of the barons, the one who died by the train. It's the anchor, the heart of the pact. He's tied to it. As long as it's here, he's here." The wail of Grig's siren was much closer now, joined by the crunch of tires on the gravel outside. The monster roared in fury at the intrusion and smashed a fist through one of the remaining plate glass windows, the sound of shattering glass like a gunshot. "So we destroy the clock," I said. "A desperate plan forming." "No! No!" Maeve's scream was sharp, cutting through the din. She grabbed my shirt, her eyes wild with a new, even deeper terror. "If you destroy the clock, you don't kill him. You free him. The pact is broken. The anchor is gone. I'd be free from this place. Free to walk the world. To take his collection on the road. You can't. It will be 1,000 times worse." The back door burst open. Sheriff Griggs stood there, his face illuminated by the flashing lights of his patrol car, his police-issue revolver looking like a child's toy in the face of the chaos within. He took in the scene, the flames, the wreckage, the towering, demonic form of the Pope-Lick monster roaring in the center of the room, and his face went pale, aged 20 years in an instant. "My God," he breathed, the memory of his own long-ago encounter crashing down on him. It's still here. The monster turned its full attention to the new arrival, its ancient enemy. This was it. The final, terrible calculus. Let the diner be destroyed, trapping us all with it. Destroy the clock and unleash this thing upon the world. Or there had to be another way. The monster, seeing Griggs as the more immediate threat, took a shambling step towards the sheriff. Griggs stood his ground, firing 2 quick shots from his revolver. The bullets flattened against the creature's furry hide, having no more effect than throwing pebbles. "It's the pact, Sheriff," I yelled over the roar. "It's bound to the clock, but we can't destroy it." My mind was racing, connecting the disparate pieces. The shotgun shells, the Haints, the rules, Maeve's confession. Rock salt doesn't kill Haints. It dissolves them, reminds them they're supposed to be gone. It was a purifying agent, not a weapon of destruction, but of cleansing. A new insane gamble formed in my mind. The final choice. "Maeve," I said, my voice low and urgent. "The pact. It needs a soul who cheated death, right? To close the account?" She nodded numbly, her eyes wide. "Yes. That's why it needed you. And it was made by men who broke their promise." I continued, thinking aloud. "It's a debt of betrayal." I looked at the monster now advancing on the backpedaling sheriff. I looked at the terrified, weeping form of Maeve, who had betrayed her own friends to survive. And I looked inward at the festering guilt over the bystander, the innocent man who had died because of my own crime, my own broken promise to society, to myself, my own cheated death. I knew what I had to do. It was the only atonement that mattered. "Griggs! Distract it. Keep its attention," I yelled. Then I turned to Maeve. "I'm sorry for what this place made you become," I said. It was the truest thing I'd said all night. Before she could react, I ran. Not away, but directly towards the main counter, towards the large, ornate railroad clock on the wall. The monster, hearing my movement, turned its terrible head, its golden eyes locking on me. It roared, realizing I was going for its anchor. It was too late. I wasn't trying to smash the clock. I raised the rock salt shotgun, took aim at the clock's glass face, and pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening in the confined space. The heavy payload of rock salt didn't shatter the clock. It passed through the glass like it wasn't there, and struck the intricate brass gears within. There was no explosion. Instead, a wave of brilliant, pure white light erupted from the clock face. A light that was clean and cold, not hot and angry. The pact, the anchor of the curse, wasn't being destroyed. It was being cleansed. The salt, a tool against minor spirits, was acting on the metaphysical rust of a century-old promise, scouring away the betrayal, nullifying the debt. The Pope-lick monster stopped dead. It threw back its head and released a long, agonized shriek that was not of rage, but of dissolution. Its claim, its very reason for being tethered to this spot, had been voided. The ancient contract was fulfilled not by a soul, but by an act of purification. Its form began to unravel. The fur, the muscle, the ancient, intelligent eyes. It all dissolved into a swirling cloud of black dust and dying embers, pulled violently back into the clock on the wall. The clock face, now clear of its glass, cracked down the middle, a deep fissure forming in its wooden frame. The hands, which had been frozen at midnight, spun wildly before stopping for good. The fire, no longer fueled by supernatural rage, died down to a manageable blaze. The oppressive atmosphere vanished, replaced by the mundane smell of smoke and burnt vinyl. The mountain spirits were gone. The Haints were gone. Nora Bell was gone. Nora Bell was gone. The diner was just a diner again. A ruined, burning, empty diner. In the sudden, ringing silence, Maeve, Sheriff Griggs, and I just stood there, breathing. They let Maeve go. As Griggs said later, "What am I gonna charge her with? Consorting with a demonic entity? There ain't a judge in this state who'd sign that warrant." She left town that morning, a ghost in the daylight, freed from her pact, but forever haunted by the price she'd paid. The diner burned to its foundation. The official report called it faulty wiring. I didn't stick around. I walked away from the smoking ruins, the weight of my own past finally, truly feeling lighter. I hadn't just survived. I'd faced my own debt, my own cheated death, and on my own terms, I'd had paid it. Months later, I'm working at a quiet garage in a town hundreds of miles away. Life is simple. It's quiet. But last night, a man came in with a broken down car. An old-timer with kind, weary eyes. As I was fixing his engine, he told me stories. He was from Kentucky, he said, near a place called Lick Creek. He talked about the local legends, about a creature, a goat man that was said to haunt the old railroad trestle. Funny thing though, the old man said, wiping his hands on a rag, the stories have changed just in the last few months. They used to say the creature was a monster, that it lured people to their deaths. He paused, a strange, thoughtful look on his face. But now, the young folks who go out there looking for a scare, they say it's different. They say if you're respectful, if your heart is heavy with regret, it doesn't harm you. They say it just listens. And sometimes it offers a choice, not of death, but of atonement. He looked at me, his eyes holding a knowledge that was ancient and deep, almost as if he said softly, someone taught it a new way. He paid for the repair and left. I stood there, under the buzz of the fluorescent lights, the smell of grease and gasoline in the air, and for the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of peace. The clock was broken, but maybe, just maybe, I had reset the curse. The morning diner. It demands a price for passage, and its currency is regret. Ellis Crane learned that some debts run deeper than money. The rules were meant to trap the horrors, but sometimes they just reveal a darker truth. The diner may be gone, but the mountain remembers. Seriously, if you didn't stay until the very end, you missed the ultimate choice, the twist that reshaped the very nature of the curse. The final moments change everything. What do you think of Maeve's ultimate fate? What was the Pope Lick monster truly after? Share your theories in the comments below. And if you made it through the night at the morning diner, if the Haints haven't claimed you, then you're already a part of our story. Subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules, because some pit stops, they come with a life sentence, and the last call is always waiting. They say every forest has a voice. I say some forests learn to speak your language. Welcome to Duskwatch Grove, a place so deep in the Appalachian Mountains, it's been erased from the map. My name is Ethan Moreau, and I came here to bury my past, to find the silence my brother never did. Instead, I found myself living by 3 strange rules just to survive the night. What's the creepiest legend you've ever heard about the woods? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step off the trail with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in Duskwatch Grove, the trees don't just watch, they move. The patrol begins now, they tell you, in training, that every forest has a voice, a language spoken in the rustle of leaves and the snap of a twig. But they don't tell you what to do when it starts learning yours. My younger brother, Leo, walked into a forest that looked just like this one 10 years ago, and never walked out, leaving me with a hollowed-out silence that screams his name on quiet nights. Now, Park Service, in its infinite bureaucratic wisdom, has sent me to Duskwatch Grove, a place officially expunged from all maps, to permanently decommission a campground that's been swallowing people for decades. The air here, deep in the Appalachian folds, is different. It smells of pine and damp, rotting earth. But underneath that is a scent of old, cold fear, like a forgotten root cellar. The only welcome I received was a tattered, rain-warped note from the last ranger, the one who also vanished, with 3 bizarre rules for staying alive. Mark trees around camp with red paint each sunset. Unmarked trees move closer every night. If you find animal bones arranged like wind chimes in trees, cut them down and burn them. They're summoning circles for mountain demons. Never let the campfire die before midnight. Last night, my first night, I swear I saw a freshly painted red slash on a massive oak that was 10 feet closer to my tent than where I remember marking it just before the sun went down. My assignment was supposed to be simple. I was here with Jaden Voss, a bright-eyed, slightly awkward ecology student who'd been assigned as my intern to conduct a final biodiversity survey. He was all nervous energy and academic curiosity, a stark contrast to the leaden weight of experience that had settled deep in my bones since Leo. The ranger cabin was a dusty, one-room affair, smelling of mouse droppings and abandonment. It was there, on the small kitchenette table, that I found the note. It was written in a frantic, shaky hand on official Park Service letterhead. Cassidy Brent. That was the name of the ranger who disappeared 2 years ago. I read the rules aloud. Jaden laughed, a nervous, high-pitched sound. Wow, creepy local folklore, huh? Guess the isolation really got to her. I wasn't so sure. I'd spent enough time in the deep woods to know that some places felt wrong. Dusquatch Grove felt profoundly wrong. I'd see the trees, ancient hardwoods and towering pines, grew too close together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense green ceiling that choked out the sunlight, creating a perpetual state of twilight at ground level. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was heavy, expectant. Folklore or not, I said, my voice flat. We follow the rules. All of them. Grab the paint. We spent the next 2 hours as the sun began its descent, creating a perimeter. The red paint was thick and garish against the gray and brown bark of the trees. It felt like a strange, profane ritual, marking this small patch of ground as ours. A tiny island in a vast, indifferent ocean of trees. Jaden treated it like a game, making jokes about territorial markings. But I noticed his laughter didn't quite reach his eyes, and he kept casting quick, furtive glances into the deepening woods. I worked in grim silence, the rhythmic hiss of the spray kind of fragile sound against the encroaching quiet. Each tree I marked felt like a prayer, a desperate plea to an unknown god of the forest. As true darkness fell, a deep, starless black unique to the deep wilderness, we built up the campfire in the stone-lined pit at the center of our small clearing. Rule 3. Never let the campfire die before midnight. The flames crackled and spat, a cheerful, defiant sound that pushed back the immense, suffocating darkness. We sat there, the firelight casting dancing, monstrous shadows around us. The silence pressed in. It was then that I heard it for the first time. Faint, distant, carried on a breeze that didn't stir the leaves. A child's laugh. High-pitched, innocent, and utterly, terrifyingly out of place in this forbidden, desolate wilderness. I froze, my hand hovering over my coffee mug. Did you hear that? Jaden, who had been poking the fire with a stick, looked up. Hear what? Probably just a loon. They can sound like that sometimes, echoing off the mountains. He offered a practiced, reasonable explanation, but his eyes weren't looking at me. They were darting nervously into the black wall of trees that surrounded us, the place from which the laughter had come. He was lying, and in that moment, I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the marrow, that he had heard it too. Sleep didn't come easy. The thin nylon walls of my tent felt like a pitifully inadequate shield against the immense, watchful silence of the grove. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl, sounded like a footstep, a warning. I woke before dawn to a strange new sound weaving through the quiet hiss of the dying campfire embers. It was a soft, dry clattering, a hollow musical clicking, like bamboo chimes in a light breeze. But there was no breeze. I unzipped my tent, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy hatchet I kept beside my sleeping bag. The air was cold, still, and heavy with mist. The first thing I noticed was the trees. The perimeter of red-marked oaks and maples was still there, their painted slashes like bloody wounds in the gloom. But they were closer, not by much, just a few feet, but the space within our circle felt tighter, more claustrophobic. The forest beyond seemed to have pressed in on us during the night. A slow, silent, inexorable invasion. My blood ran cold. The first rule was not a suggestion. The clattering sound came again from the north, just beyond our perimeter. I pulled on my boots and, telling Jaden to stay put and tend the fire, I moved to investigate. He nodded, his face pale in the pre-dawn light, his eyes wide. I pushed through the dense, wet undergrowth, following the sound. What's alone? I know. I assumed he in guys. Following the sound, it led me to a small clearing, dominated by a single ancient oak, its branches gnarled and twisted like arthritic hands. And hanging from one of its thickest limbs was the source of the sound. It was a wind chime made of bone. Small, delicate vertebrae were strung together with what looked like dried sinew. Thin, brittle rib bones, perhaps from a fox or a raccoon, clicked against a hollowed-out bird skull. It was a grotesque, macabre piece of art, turning and clattering softly in a phantom wind. Rule 2. If you find animal bones arranged like wind chimes in trees, cut them down and burn them. They're summoning circles for mountain demons. Jaden, who had followed me despite my orders, let out a small gasp. Wow, he breathed, his voice a mixture of horror and fascination. That's incredible. The craftsmanship. It's like something from an old folk religion. I have to get a picture of this for my thesis. He raised his phone. No, I said, my voice sharp. We're not photographing it. We're burning it. A primal revulsion, a deep instinctual wrongness radiated from the object. As I reached for my hatchet, a whisper seemed to snake through the air, coiling around my ears. It was a child's voice, heartbreakingly familiar. Ethan, my breath caught in my throat. It was Leo's voice, my brother, clear as day. Help me, Ethan. I'm so cold. The voice seemed to be coming directly from the clicking, rattling bones. A wave of dizziness and profound sorrow washed over me. For a moment, I saw him, a faint, shimmering outline of a small boy, standing beside the tree, his hand outstretched. I shook my head, the illusion shattering. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. With a choked cry that was half rage, half grief, I swung the hatchet, severing the sinew cord. The bone chime fell to the forest floor with a dead final clatter. I scooped up the pieces, trying not to touch them with my bare skin, and carried them back to the camp. Jaden watched me, his face a strange, unreadable mask of disappointment and something else, clinical interest. I tossed the bones into the heart of the campfire. The flames, which had been a cheerful orange, suddenly flared, turning a brilliant, sickly, unnatural green. A high-pitched whistling sound, like a pained scream, erupted from the fire before it died down, returning to its normal color. The whispering of Leo's voice was gone. Later that morning, as I was widening the trail back to the main path, my boot heel caught on something buried in the damp soil. It was a small, waterproof field journal. Its cover blistered and mud-stained. Cassidy Brant's. I pried it open. Many of the pages were ruined, the ink a blurry mess, but one entry was still legible, written in a shaky, terrified hand. It read, "They sing a song the trees like to hear. They call it with the bones of the dead. The trees are his eyes." Cassidy's journal became my Bible and my curse. I spent every spare moment carefully separating the damp, clinging pages, deciphering her fragmented, panicked entries. The journal painted a terrifying picture of a woman slowly losing her mind, or perhaps finding a terrible new kind of sanity. She wrote of the trees, confirming my own horrifying observation. They move, not much, a few inches, maybe a foot, every night. They are patient. I paint them. The red paint is a fence. An old fence against an old hunger. She wrote of the mimicked voices, the cruelest trick in the forest's arsenal. It used my mother's voice today. Asked me why I never called her. I almost answered, and she wrote of something else. Something she only glimpsed at the edge of the firelight. A pale thing, tall, eyeless. It's not a bear. It's not a man. It walks on 2 legs, but its shadow has 4. But my investigation into her disappearance was now an investigation into my own survival. The official report said she'd wandered off trail and succumbed to the elements. I knew that was a lie. The grove hadn't just killed her. It had digested her, driven by a need for a human voice that wasn't a student intern with unsettlingly curious eyes. I used the satellite phone to call Ben Harrell. He was the retired district forestry inspector who had overseen this region for 30 years. The man whose signature was on the original order to close Duskwatch Grove. He was a legend in the service, a cantankerous old bear of a man. He was silent for a long time after I told him what I'd found, what I'd seen. I expected him to tell me I was crazy, that I had cabin fever. So the walking trees are at it again, are they? He finally grunted, his voice a gravelly rumble. There was no surprise in it, only a deep, ancient weariness. And you're using the paint? Yes, sir, I said, my heart pounding. The red paint? Good, he said. Iron oxide. That's the key. Old mountain magic. Older than any church. The things in that grove, they're fey. Not the friendly kind with wings. The old kind. The ones made of wood and stone and spite. Iron is poison to them. Don't you ever miss a sunset, son. Not once. He hung up without another word, leaving me with a confirmation that was more terrifying than any doubt. That night, the forest showed its teeth. A savage, unnatural thunderstorm boiled up out of a clear sky, descending on the grove with shocking speed. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing at our tents, and the rain came down in solid, freezing sheets, hissing and steaming as it struck the campfire. Rule 3, never let the campfire die before midnight. It became a desperate primal battle. The wind and rain were an intelligent, malevolent force, trying to extinguish our one shield against the absolute dark. We piled on every piece of dry wood we had, sheltering the flames with our bodies, the fire shrinking to a tiny, stubborn core of defiant light. The shadows at the edge of our camp grew deeper, and in the flashes of lightning, I could see them writhe and twist, taking on monstrous, shifting shapes. The storm broke as suddenly as it had begun. Just a few minutes past the stroke of midnight, the fire survived, barely. Exhausted, soaked, and chilled to the bone, I finally collapsed into my tent. The next morning, I stepped out into a world washed clean by the storm, and I saw the tracks. All around the perimeter of the camp in the soft mud were footprints. They weren't mine. They weren't Jaden's. They were the deep, perfectly formed cloven hoof prints of a deer. A massive deer, judging by the size and depth. The tracks led from the base of a huge, unmarked pine tree at the edge of the woods, circled my tent twice, and then stopped dead at the entrance flap before vanishing completely, as if the creature that made them had simply ceased to exist. The hoof prints that went nowhere broke something in me. The last vestiges of my skepticism crumbled into dust. This wasn't a series of explainable, if strange, phenomena. This was a deliberate, intelligent, and malevolent system, and my paranoia, which had been simmering just below the surface, now focused with laser-like intensity on the only other human being for 50 miles. Jaden Voss. His reactions were always just a little off. His fear seemed performative. His fascination with the macabre artifacts felt more academic than horrified. He was a variable I couldn't account for, a loose wire in a machine already designed to kill. That afternoon, while he was out, ostensibly collecting soil samples, I took the risk. I searched his tent. It was a betrayal of trust, a violation I would have never considered a month ago. But survival has its own, more brutal, code of ethics. His gear was standard student issue, but tucked away at the bottom of his duffel bag, inside a waterproof Pelican case, was a high-end external hard drive. It was password protected, but Cassidy Brent's name, the name of his so-called research subject, was a pitifully easy guess. The drive was a Pandora's box of forbidden knowledge. There were terabytes of data, not on biodiversity, but on occult folklore, pre-Christian nature worship, and tracks on entities known as genius loci, the spirits of a place. And there was a folder, the largest on the drive, labeled the Duskwatch Thesis. It was his journal, his research notes, and it was a chronicle of pure calculated horror. Jaden's entries detailed his experiments with cold scientific detachment. Day 3. Deliberately left the southern pine cluster unmarked. Observed movement of 3.7 meters overnight. Entity appears to exhibit photonegative tropism in relation to the iron oxide compound. He wrote about constructing the bone chimes himself, using different animal remains to attune the summoning frequency, as he put it. He had a log of the voices he'd heard, cross-referencing them with the missing persons reports from the Grove's dark history. He wrote about Cassidy Brent, not as a victim, but as a failed subject. Subject Brent exhibited extreme psychological resistance. Her ingrained belief systems, Park Service protocols, rationalism, interfered with her ability to integrate. Integration was terminated. He'd watched her get taken. He'd documented it. And then I found the entries about me. Subject Moreau presents a unique opportunity. The pre-existing trauma anchor, death of sibling, codenamed Leo, creates a powerful psychic vulnerability. He is highly resistant, but this makes him a more valuable subject. A direct controlled stimulus will be required to facilitate a full communion event. The friendly, awkward ecology student was a mask. Beneath it was a monster far colder than the eyeless deer in the woods. He was a high priest in a laboratory of cosmic horror, and I was his prize rat. My blood turned to ice as I read the final entry, dated just this morning. Subject Moreau's psychological defenses remain high, but the trauma anchor is strong and easily triggered. A direct stimulus is now required to break his resistance. The full moon is in 3 days. The main clearing has been prepared. The final offering is almost ready. He will see Leo again. The words on the screen were a death sentence written in cold, clinical prose. My entire reality tilted on its axis. The whispers, the moving trees, the bone chimes. They weren't just random acts of a malevolent forest. They were controlled experiments, orchestrated by the quiet, unassuming student, who at this very moment was probably cataloging moss samples a few hundred yards away. The polite mask of Jaden Voss concealed a sociopath of terrifying ambition. I was not his colleague. I was his subject, his offering. A cold, clear rage. The kind that burns away all fear and leaves only the hard, sharp edge of purpose, settled over me. I copied the most incriminating files from his hard drive to a small, encrypted USB stick I always carried, then put everything back exactly as I had found it. He couldn't know that I knew. Not yet. My only advantage was the element of surprise. The hunter had just become the hunted, and he had no idea. When he returned to camp at dusk, he was the same Jaden as always, full of talk about soil acidity and beetle species, his face a perfect mask of harmless academic curiosity. I played my part, grunting in response, pretending to be the same stoic, slightly paranoid ranger he was used to. But as we began the nightly ritual of marking the trees with red paint, the act felt different. It was no longer a defense against an unknown entity. It was me, drawing the battle lines, reinforcing my cage before the zookeeper came to let the lion out. "You seem tense tonight, Ethan," Jaden commented, his voice casual, but his eyes were sharp, analytical, watching my every move. "Everything okay?" Just tired, I lied, my hand tightening on the spray can. This place, it gets to you. I know what you mean, he said, his voice dripping with a false empathy that made my skin crawl. It has a very powerful presence. We ate in near silence by the fire, the unspoken tension a third entity between us. He was waiting for me to break. I was waiting for him to make his move. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath, anticipating the main event. The moment came just after the moon. A sickly, swollen orb cleared the treetops. Jaden stood up, stretching casually. Well, I think I'll turn in, he said. Big day tomorrow. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved wood whistle. It looked like it was made from pale, gnarled whitethorn wood. Almost forgot, he said, giving me that same shy smile. Found this today. Old bird call, I think. Wanted to see if it worked. Before I could react, he put the whistle to his lips and blew. It didn't produce a bird call. It produced a low, resonant note that was felt more than heard. A sound that vibrated in my teeth and resonated with the very marrow of my bones. It was a key, turning a lock deep within the fabric of the grove. And the forest answered. The reaction was instantaneous and absolute. The ring of red-marked trees that formed our prison suddenly came alive. Their branches, thick as a man's thigh, began to twist and weave together, the leaves rustling in a furious, coordinated motion. They were forming a solid, living wall, a dome of wood and leaves that sealed us in, blotting out the moonlight, plunging us into a terrifying firelit isolation. The ground trembled, and beyond our wall of trees, I heard a sound like 1,000 giants groaning in their sleep. The unmarked trees. They were moving, coming closer, their immense trunks dragging through the earth. A slow, inexorable army summoned by their master. Jaden watched the spectacle, his face transformed. The shy, awkward student was gone. In his place was a high priest, his face alight with ecstatic, fanatical power. Isn't it magnificent? He breathed, his eyes wide, reflecting the firelight, the pure, untamed will of the genius Loki. You should feel honored, Ethan. Most people live their entire lives without ever witnessing true power. What do you want, Jaden? I asked, my hand moving slowly towards the hatchet on my belt. Want? He laughed, a genuine, triumphant sound this time. I want what any true scientist wants, Ethan. Data, observation, communion. For years, I've only been able to stimulate minor responses. The previous subjects were inadequate. Their minds were too weak, too brittle. They shattered. But you, your resistance, your connection to this place through your own trauma. You are the perfect conduit. Through you, I will finally be able to achieve a stable, full manifestation event. He blew the whistle again, a different, higher-pitched note. And from the darkness beyond the fire, a new sound began. The dry, clattering chorus of 100 bone chimes, all whispering in the sudden, unnatural wind. And through the whispers, I heard it again. Leo's voice. Not a faint echo this time, but clear, terrified, and seemingly right beside me. Ethan, I'm scared. It's so dark in here. Where are you? Help me. My head swam, the grief of physical, stabbing pain in my chest. I saw him, standing just at the edge of the firelight, a small, shivering boy with my eyes, his hand outstretched. I'm right here, Ethan. Come get me. He's not real, Ethan, Jaden said, his voice soft, coaxing. The voice of a hypnotist. Not yet. That's just an echo. A psychic projection formed from your own memories. But it can be. The entity can give him back to you. It can integrate him. All you have to do is let it in. Call out to it. Invite it. It was a brutal, psychological assault, using my deepest wound as the key to unlock the door. The image of Leo wavered, his face contorting. One moment my lost little brother, the next a hollow-eyed phantom with a mouth full of shadows. And then, from the darkest part of the grove, from behind a wall of moving trees, it came. The trees themselves seemed to bend away from it, granting it passage. It stepped into the firelight, and my breath caught in my throat, my heart seizing in a grip of pure primal terror. The hollow deer. It was a nightmare of nature. It stood nearly 9 feet tall at the shoulder, its hide a pale, sickly white that seemed to suck the light out of the air. Its body was that of a magnificent stag, but its proportions were subtly wrong. Its legs too long, its movements too fluid, too silent. And its head, it had no eyes. Only smooth, blank patches of hide where eyes should be. But its antlers were the true horror. They were not bone. They were a grotesque, tangled crown of what looked like pale, bleached human hands and forearms, frozen in positions of reaching, grasping, and clawing. It took a silent step forward, its eyeless face turning towards me. And though it made no sound, its voice filled my mind, a voice made of rustling leaves, cracking branches, and the absolute cold of the deep earth. "You have come home, little lost one," it projected into my thoughts. "You have come to join the grove." The hollow deer's psychic voice was a physical violation, a cold, alien presence that scraped against the inside of my skull. It showed me images, flashes of a world remade in its image, cities overgrown with grasping vines, skyscrapers crumbling under the weight of ancient trees, a silent, green world where humanity was nothing more than fertilizer for a new, savage garden. And through it all, the phantom of my brother Leo stood at the entity's side, smiling, beckoning me to join them in the quiet, green eternity. "See?" Jaden whispered, his face a mask of ecstatic revelation. "It's not an ending, Ethan. Ethan, it's a restoration, a return to purity. Just let go. Let it take the pain." But the sight of Leo's image twisted into this monstrous puppet didn't break me. It did the opposite. It filled me with a white-hot, righteous fury. This thing, this abomination, dared to wear my brother's face, to use my grief as a tool. "Get out of my head!" I roared, the words a raw, guttural sound. I broke from my paralysis and acted. My first target wasn't the deer. It was the chimes, the whispers, the illusions. Cassidy's journal said they were the entity's eyes and ears, its psychic antennae. I grabbed my hatchet from my belt and charged past the stunned Jaden, straight towards the nearest tree, from which a set of bone chimes was rattling. The hollow deer turned its eyeless face towards me, a psychic wave of confusion and annoyance washing over me. But it was too slow. I swung the hatchet, severing the sinew cord. The moment the bones fell silent, the vivid illusion of Leo flickered and vanished. The whispers on that side of the clearing died. It worked. "No," Jaden shrieked, his scientific curiosity replaced by the fury of a priest whose altar has been desecrated. "You're ruining the attunement. You're damaging the field." The hollow deer let out a silent, mental scream of frustration that made my teeth ache. It lowered its head, the antlers of human arms pointing towards me, and charged. It moved with an unnatural, gliding speed, covering the ground in a terrifyingly short time. I didn't run. I stood my ground, my other hand fumbling in my pack for the canister of red paint. As the monstrous stag loomed over me, I pressed the nozzle and sprayed a thick, crimson slash directly onto its pale, featureless face. The creature recoiled, as if struck by lightning. A sound like sizzling bacon filled the air as its hide smoked and burned where the iron oxide-rich paint made contact. It was fey, an old thing of the wood, and iron, even in this form, was poison to it. It stumbled back, shaking its massive head, disoriented and enraged. This was my chance. I sprinted around the wounded entity, my goal now singular: cut down the chimes. I was a whirlwind of frantic energy, swinging my hatchet, severing the summoning circles one by one. With each fallen chime, the oppressive psychic pressure in the grove lessened, the air growing clearer, the whispers fading. Jaden, saying his god wounded, and his experiment falling apart, finally snapped. He let out a scream of pure rage and tackled me from the side, his academic demeanor gone, replaced by the feral desperation of a cornered animal. He was surprisingly strong, and we crashed to the ground, rolling in the dirt and leaves. He pulled a nasty-looking survival knife from a sheath on his belt, its blade glinting in the firelight. "You are a blight," he hissed, his face inches from mine, his eyes wild with fanatical hatred. "An infection. You refuse to see the beauty. I will make you a part of this grove myself." He raised the knife. I blocked his arm, my muscles straining against his. We were locked in a desperate, primitive struggle for survival. A battle of wills at the feet of a wounded god. The hollow deer, recovering from the paint, was beginning to stir again, its eyeless face turning back towards us. I was running out of time. And then, a new voice, a woman's voice, clear and desperate, cut through the din, carried on the wind from the dark spaces between the trees. It wasn't a phantom. It felt real. The heart. The voice cried. It was Cassidy Brent. Not the deer. The heartwood tree. Cut the heart. Cassidy's words cut through the chaos, a beacon of clarity in the swirling nightmare. The deer wasn't the entity. It was a projection, an avatar. The real heart of the monster, its anchor to this physical plane, had to be something else, something stationary, something wooden. My eyes darted around the clearing, and I saw it. At the far end of the clearing, set apart from the others, was a single, ancient, and massive white oak. It was the one tree Jaden had never allowed us to go near, claiming it was a fragile, protected specimen. It was the only tree within the original perimeter that I hadn't marked with red paint. It was the heartwood tree. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked out, connecting with Jaden's knee. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening for a fraction of a second. It was enough. I shoved him off me and scrambled to my feet, not running away, but charging directly towards the ancient oak. The hollow deer avatar let out another silent, psychic roar, this one filled with genuine panic. It moved to intercept me, its massive form a terrifying wall of pale hide and grasping, hand-like antlers. I wouldn't make it, but Jaden, recovering, saw where I was going. "No," he screamed, a sound of pure anguish, "not the cradle. Leave it alone." He launched himself not at me, but at the avatar, tackling its legs, trying to slow it down, to protect his god's sanctum. It was a futile, insane gesture, but it bought me the 2 seconds I needed. I reached the base of the massive oak. It felt ancient, the bark like wrinkled stone. The air around it was freezing cold, and it hummed with a low, vibrating energy that made my fillings ache. This was the one. I didn't have an axe big enough to fell it, but I didn't need one. My mind flashed back to the storm, to the desperate battle to keep the fire alive. I ripped my emergency flare from my pack, tore off the cap, and struck the igniter. A brilliant, hissing, magnesium white light flared to life, blindingly bright. The hollow deer avatar, momentarily distracted by Jaden, turned back towards me, its eyeless face a mask of absolute terror. It lunged. I didn't hesitate. I jammed the burning, white-hot flare deep into a hollow at the base of the ancient tree, a cavity filled with dry, rotting punk wood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a wisp of smoke curled from the hollow, followed by a flicker of orange. The dry ancient wood, saturated with the entity's unnatural energy, caught fire with explosive speed. Flames roared up the trunk, engulfing the hardwood tree in a pillar of cleansing fire. The effect was absolute. The hollow deer avatar froze mid-stride. It didn't fade or dissolve. It crumbled, its form collapsing into a shower of dry leaves, gray ash, and blackened twigs, its psychic presence vanishing from my mind with a final agonizing shriek of severance. The moving trees groaned to a halt. The wind died. The whispers stopped. The oppressive, watchful presence that had suffocated Duskwatch Grove was simply gone. The only sounds left were the crackle of the burning tree and the pathetic, broken sobs of Jaden Voss, kneeling in the dirt, his god now just a bonfire. I contained the fire before it could spread, a grim, familiar task for any ranger. I apprehended Jaden, who offered no resistance, his fanaticism incinerated along with his cradle. I radioed for extraction, my report a heavily edited, carefully constructed narrative about a disturbed, pyromaniacal intern, a sudden wildfire, and a tragic but contained incident. It was the only version the world would believe. Jaden Voss was quietly institutionalized. His Duskwatch thesis, with its talk of genius loci and communion events, was used as proof of his profound schizophrenia. Duskwatch Grove was permanently sealed, officially declared an ecological dead zone due to fire damage, a convenient excuse to keep people out for good. I was given a commendation for bravery under extreme circumstances, and quietly granted my request for a transfer to a desk in a city as far from the deep woods as I could get. Months have passed. I live in a small, sterile apartment that smells of concrete and traffic. The silence here is different. It's empty, not watchful. But I still have the photo on my desk, the one of me and Leo, taken on that last hiking trip a decade ago, in a completely different national park, 1,000 miles from the Appalachians. Last night, I was looking at it, tracing the ghost of my brother's smile, and I saw something I had never ever noticed before. In the deep background of the photograph, partially obscured by a stand of aspens, was a distinctive-looking ancient oak tree, and carved into its bark, so small I had to use a magnifying glass to be sure, was a crude, childlike drawing. It was a picture of a deer, and its antlers were shaped like hands. The grove was just one tree in a forest that spans a continent. The voice hasn't been silenced. It's just learned to whisper from other places. And it still knows my brother's name. It still knows mine. They say the mountains keep secrets. I say they just wait for you to find them. Welcome to Witch Hollow, a place so deep in the Appalachian Mountains, it's been erased from the map. My name is Malik Rains, a soldier trying to find peace. But I signed up to guide a tour into a nightmare. There are strange rules to follow here, and breaking them means more than just getting lost. What's the creepiest place you've ever hiked? What's the creepiest place you've ever hiked? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to step off the beaten path with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in Witch Hollow, the head count is never just the number of the living. The tour begins now. They say the mountains don't keep secrets. They just bury them under layers of rock and time, waiting for a fool to come digging. After my last tour in the Helmand province, a tour where my misjudgment in a sun-baked village led to an empty seat on the flight home, I came here, to the ancient brooding Appalachians, to guide people through a different kind of wilderness, or so I told myself. In truth, I came here to be haunted by silence instead of explosions. My latest job was a lucrative, off-the-books affair, leading a special access tour into a place called Witch Hollow, a gash in the mountains so steeped in bad medicine and disappearances that it's been officially off-limits for 50 years. The outfitter, a leathery old man named Silas, with eyes as gray and ancient as the mountain rock, gave me the topographical map, a fat, sealed envelope of cash, and a tattered yellow note that smelled of wood smoke and decay. On it, In shaky, faded ink were 3 rules. Count your tourists every hour. If you see a white deer crossing the path, turn everyone around and end the tour immediately. It's marking territory for something worse. When you hear a train whistle, where there are no tracks, make everyone lie flat on the ground and play dead. The last guide who took a private group in here, a seasoned ranger named Mike, they found his pack a year later, snagged on a rhododendron bush. Inside was his head count sheet. It listed one more person than had ever signed up on the manifest. My name is Malik Rains, and my ghosts have followed me from the desert to the deep woods. The compulsion to count, to maintain squad integrity, was already a raw, open wound in my psyche. This first rule felt less like a job requirement and more like a personalized form of torture. I met my flock at the trailhead, a barely there path disappearing into a thick, intimidating wall of green. 6 of them, 6 souls I was now responsible for. My new squad. The thought sent a familiar, cold dread coiling in my gut. There was Rowan Keltz, the filmmaker. He was young, maybe late 20s, with an eager, almost puppyish enthusiasm that set my teeth on edge. He was laden with expensive camera gear, his eyes constantly scanning, documenting. A modern shaman trying to capture the world in pixels. He immediately started asking questions, his voice too loud in the reverent quiet of the trailhead. "So, Malik, is it true what they say about this place? The Cherokee called it the Valley of Lost Voices, right? And the settlers after them. They said it was where the witches of Salem came to die. Amazing stuff for the doc." Then there was Teresa Lou, a woman in her 40s whose grief was a tangible aura around her. She was quiet, her movements hesitant, her eyes holding the profound, hollowed-out sadness of a parent who has buried a child. She told me she was here to find peace, but her presence felt more like a pilgrimage to a wound. Marcus Lee was her opposite. A retired Chicago cop in his early 60s, all cynicism and pragmatic muscle. He patted the slight bulge under his windbreaker. "Don't you worry, son," he'd said to me with a gruff wink. Whatever spooky critters these hills have, I brought some city-issued peace of mind. Hattie Blackwell was the youngest, a quiet girl in her early 20s who seemed almost adrift, her gaze distant, as if she were listening to a conversation no one else could hear. And finally, there were the Bensons, a cheerful, middle-aged couple who seemed blissfully unaware of the heavy atmosphere. Their brightly colored hiking gear, a jarring splash of color against the deep, dark greens and browns of the forest. I took a deep breath, the air thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet, cloying scent of mountain laurel. "All right, listen up," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. "This is a restricted area for a reason. The terrain is unforgiving. We stick together, we move at my pace, and we make camp where I say. No exceptions." And then I did it for the first time. The ritual. I pointed to each of them as I counted, my finger moving from one to the next. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The number was correct. 6 tourists, and me. 7 people. But as my mind settled on the number, a flicker of movement at the absolute periphery of my vision, a pale, fleeting shape half hidden by a thicket of hemlock, made the hair on my arm stand up. I turned my head, my combat instincts screaming, but there was nothing there. Just the deep, ancient woods, watching me with a million unseen eyes. I shook my head, dismissing it. My ghosts. They were always there, just at the edge of sight. We set off, the trail quickly swallowing us, the sounds of the modern world fading into a heavy, oppressive silence. For the first 2 hours, things were normal. I pointed out flora, identified bird calls, kept a steady pace. At the top of the first ridge, I stopped them, hydrate, and stay put. I did the count again, my eyes scanning each face. Rowan, filming Teresa, staring off into the valley, Marcus checking his phone for a signal he wouldn't find. Hattie, looking at her own feet, the Bensons, smiling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, correct. But the feeling was stronger this time. A cold spot in the air behind Mr. Benson, a sense of being watched not by the forest, but by someone in the forest. Someone standing right there with us, just out of focus. We made camp that first night by a small, gurgling creek. The fire crackled, a small bubble of warmth and light against a vast, encroaching darkness. As I was securing our food supply from bears, Teresa approached me, her arms wrapped around herself, as if against a deep chill. "Excuse me, Malik," she said, her voice a near whisper. She wouldn't meet my eyes, instead staring into the shadows just beyond the firelight. "I don't mean to be strange, but who is the seventh person?" My blood ran cold. "What are you talking about, Teresa? There are 6 of you. And me." "No," she insisted, her voice trembling slightly. "There's one more. A boy. He's pale and quiet. He just watches us from the trees. I see him every time you do your head count." She finally looked at me, her eyes filled with a terrifying, grief-stricken certainty. "He reminds me of my son." I turned, my hand instinctively reaching for the heavy survival knife on my belt. I scanned the impenetrable wall of darkness surrounding our camp. I saw nothing. I heard nothing but the creak and the crackle of the fire. But I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that she was right. We were not alone, and my head count had been wrong from the very start. The second day dawned gray and oppressive. A thick, damp mist clinging to the hollows and making the world feel small and claustrophobic. The cheerful chatter of the Bensons had died down, replaced by a nervous, watchful silence. Teresa's words had poisoned the atmosphere. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like an approaching footstep. I did the head count when we broke camp, my voice tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 bodies. 7 presences. The math didn't work, and the discrepancy was a grinding knot of dread in my gut. As we walked, the trail grew stranger. We began to see them, strange, ancient carvings on the trunks of the oldest trees. They weren't the markings of any known tribe, not Cherokee or Shawnee. They were complex, spiral patterns, sometimes interwoven with a stark, stick-figure depiction of a tall man with the head of a stag. "Incredible," Rowan breathed, his camera whirring, his face alight with a feverish academic excitement. "These are pre-colonial, maybe even prehistorical. This is evidence of a forgotten culture, a deer cult. This is the find of a lifetime." He seemed utterly oblivious to the growing menace in the air, or perhaps he welcomed it. An hour later, I called a halt. Time for the ritual. My eyes scanned the group. 1, 2, 3. Hattie was staring intently at a spot just behind me, her brow furrowed. 4, 5, 6. The count was right, but as I finished, I noticed Mr. Benson's pack, which he had set down a few feet away, was now sitting on the other side of the path, as if someone had picked it up and moved it. "Did anyone touch my pack?" he asked, his voice nervous. Everyone shook their heads. The air grew colder. We pushed on. The path began to curve, descending into a narrow ravine, choked with ancient, moss-covered trees. The light grew dim, the air still and heavy. And then, it happened. It happened as we rounded a sharp bend in the trail. It stepped out onto the path not 30 yards ahead of us, silent as a falling leaf. A deer, but it was a creature of myth, a magnificent white hart, its coat the color of bleached bone, its antlers like polished ivory. It wasn't an albino. It was a solid, pure, unnatural white. It stood and stared at us. Its eyes not the soft dark orbs of a normal deer, but deep, intelligent, and ancient. They seemed to hold the wisdom and sorrow of the mountains themselves. Then, with a slow, deliberate grace, it turned its head, looked directly at me, and crossed the path, vanishing into the dense undergrowth on the other side. The second rule screamed in my mind, a klaxon of pure, primal warning. Turn everyone around and end the tour immediately. Holy God, Marcus Lee, the cop, whispered, his cynicism momentarily forgotten. Did you see that? I froze, my training warring with the stark, insane reality of the rule. I opened my mouth to give the order, to turn us back. Wait, Rowan pleaded, his voice a frantic whisper, already raising his camera. Malik, you can't be serious. That was a spirit animal. A once-in-a-lifetime sighting? This is the heart of the documentary. We can't turn back now. We've only just started. It's just a deer. The Bensons murmured in agreement, their initial fear replaced by a tourist's desire to see something special. He's right, Mrs. Benson said. It was beautiful. Surely it's a good omen. I looked at their expectant faces. I looked at the path where the deer had vanished. My duty was to keep them safe, but my past failure, the ghost of the man I lost because I followed intel that seemed wrong, screamed at me. What if the rule was just a local superstition? What if I aborted this high-paying tour for nothing, looking like a fool, a coward? The weight of command, of making the right call, pressed down on me. Against every screaming instinct in my body, against the explicit written rule, I hesitated. All right, I said, the words feeling like poison in my mouth. We'll push on to the next ridge. Then we reassess. It was a compromise, a soldier's fatal compromise. The moment we crossed the spot where the deer had walked, the temperature dropped a good 20 degrees. The air became thick, heavy, charged with the static I could feel on my skin. The sweet smell of laurel was gone, replaced by the faint, unsettling scent of ozone. And something else, something like burnt meat. We walked for another 10 minutes, the silence now absolute, a suffocating blanket. And then Hattie, who was walking point with me, let out a small, choked gasp. She pointed a trembling finger at the side of the trail. There, half buried in the damp earth and leaves, was a small mound of recently disturbed soil. It was not an animal's burrow. It was a shallow, hasty grave, and protruding from the dark, rich earth was the corner of a rotting canvas backpack. Its faded color and specific brand of buckle, identical to the one worn by Mike, the last guide who had vanished in this hollow a year ago. The white deer wasn't a warning, it was a signpost, and we had just walked right past it. The sight of the buried pack shattered the last vestiges of normalcy. Mrs. Benson let out a low, terrified sob. Marcus Lee, the cop, unzipped his jacket, his hand resting on the reassuring shape of his holstered pistol. His cynical bravado had completely evaporated, replaced by the grim, focused alertness of a man who knows he's in hostile territory. That's it. We're done, I said, my voice a low, hard command. The guilt of my hesitation was a cold, bitter stone in my stomach. I had made the wrong call again. We're turning around. Now, stay close, single file. But the forest had other plans. We turned back, but the path, it wasn't the same. The gentle curve we had followed was now a steep, unfamiliar incline. A large, fallen oak tree that I had made a point of noting on our way in was simply gone. The woods were actively changing around us, the geography shifting like a dream. We were not just lost. We were being herded. My compass is spinning, Marcus said, his voice tight. GPS on my phone is dead, no signal. The air grew darker, colder, the canopy of the trees seeming to knit together above us, blotting out the already weak afternoon light. The bird calls, the hum of insects, all of it had ceased. The silence was a physical pressure, a weight on the ears that was more deafening than any sound. Rowan's behavior grew more and more suspect, while the rest of us were gripped with a rising panic. He seemed almost thrilled, his camera constantly scanning the woods. I saw him pull a small, electronic device from his pack, an EMF meter, its needle twitching wildly. He wasn't just a filmmaker, he was a ghost hunter. Or something worse. He had known, I realized with a sickening lurch, what we would find here. He had wanted this. We were forced to make a cold, miserable camp in a small, cramped clearing as a premature dusk fell. No one could eat. The fire I built seemed to produce more smoke than heat, the flames sputtering and struggling as if the very air refused to burn. And then, Rule #3 made its horrifying debut from the depths of the valley below us, from the heart of the hollow where there were no tracks, no roads, no sign of civilization for 50 miles. A sound ripped through the forest. It was a deafeningly loud, piercingly sharp train whistle. It was a sound of immense power and industrial fury. The shriek of a steam engine under immense pressure. A sound that had no place in this primordial wilderness. It was wrong on a fundamental, world-breaking level. For a second, everyone froze, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of it. Then my training, my memory of the rules, my own phantom limb trauma, it all kicked in. Down! I roared, my voice a raw, guttural command. Everybody down! On the ground! On the ground! Play dead. Now. I didn't wait for them to comply. I tackled Marcus, who was standing frozen, staring into the darkness. I shoved Hattie to the ground, her eyes wide with a dawning, terrifying recognition. The Bensons, weeping, collapsed onto the damp leaves. Rowan, after a moment's hesitation where I saw him try to aim his camera towards the sound, finally dropped to the ground. We lay there, face down in the dirt, holding our breath, trying to still the frantic beating of our hearts. The whistle grew louder, closer, until it was right on top of us. It wasn't just a sound. It was a physical force, a wave of intense, bone-rattling cold and immense psychic pressure that smelled of hot metal, burning coal, and ozone. It felt like a freight train was passing directly through our bodies. A spectral, unstoppable force. I pressed my face into the soil, praying to a god I had long since abandoned, my entire body rigid with a terror I hadn't felt since that day in the Helmand. The sound held for an eternity, a single, sustained, soul-shredding shriek. Then, as quickly as it had come, it faded, receding into the distance, leaving behind a silence that was even more profound, more terrifying than before. Slowly, shakily, I pushed myself up. My ears were ringing. The air was frigid. I did a quick visual check. Marcus, Hattie, Teresa, Rowan, Mrs. Benson. Mr. Benson was gone. He had been lying right next to his wife, not 5 feet from me. There was no sign of a struggle, no sound, no disturbed leaves, just an empty space where a man had been a moment before. Mrs. Benson pushed herself up, looked at the empty space beside her, and a thin, high, keening wail of utter despair began to tear from her throat. The head count was now 5. The head count was now 5. The rules were not for our safety. They were a set of instructions for a ritual, a harvest, and we had just failed another test. Panic, cold and sharp as a shard of ice, shattered the group's remaining composure. Mrs. Benson's wails devolved into a state of shock, her eyes vacant. Marcus Lee, his face a grim, ashen mask, looked at me. His authority as a police officer completely yielded. I was the commander now, and my squad was shrinking. "What the hell was that, Malik?" he demanded, his voice a low, shaking whisper. "Where did he go?" I had no answers. He looked at it. Addie Blackwell stammered, her body trembling violently. She was staring at the empty space where Mr. Benson had been. I saw him. He lifted his head. He looked at the sound. Her eyes were wide with a terror that felt like memory. You can't look. That's the other rule. The one they don't write down. You have to lie still. You can't look at the eyes. What eyes? Rowan asked. A little too quickly. A little too clinically. He was checking his audio equipment, a feverish, triumphant glint in his gaze that only I seemed to notice. There was nothing to see. There's always something to see, Hattie whispered, hugging her knees to her chest. Teresa was rocking back and forth, her voice a low murmur. The pale boy, she wept. He was standing right over him. He led him away. He just took his hand and led him into the trees. I ignored them. I was in mission mode. This was a hostile extraction now. The objective was no longer to complete the tour. It was to get these people out alive. It was to get these people out alive. Up, I ordered, my voice hard as flint. We're moving. We don't stop until dawn. But the hollow was a trap. The forest had become a living, breathing maze. Every path we took seemed to loop back on itself. Trees that had been on our left were now on our right. The creek we had camped by now seemed to flow uphill. We were like rats in a cage, and something was enjoying the sport. After what felt like hours of a desperate, stumbling march through the disorienting darkness, we stumbled into a small, unnaturally quiet clearing. The air here was stagnant and thick with the smell of decay, and we saw them. They were standing motionless among the ancient, gnarled trees, like a grove of grotesque sculptures. There were at least a dozen of them, previous victims, the hollowed ones. Their skin was the color and texture of gray, weathered bark. Their arms were elongated, twisted things that resembled bare branches. Their feet seemed to have literally taken root in the forest floor, moss creeping up their legs, and their eyes were empty, hollowed out sockets from which a thin, dark sap seemed to weep. They were silent, but I could feel a profound collective misery emanating from them. A silent scream that was worse than any sound. My God, Marcus breathed, his hand going for his gun. As we stood there, paralyzed with horror, I saw something that made my blood freeze. One of the figures, standing slightly apart from the others, was wearing the tattered, rotting remains of a green and khaki park ranger uniform. A tarnished brass nameplate was still pinned to its chest. I could just make out the name. Mike? It was the guide who had vanished a year ago. He had never left. We backed away slowly, carefully. The hollowed ones didn't move, but I felt their empty sockets follow us. A gaze of pure, eternal despair. As we retreated back into the oppressive darkness of the trees, a new sound began, overriding the ringing in my ears. It was a faint, crackling voice, coming from a small radio clipped to Marcus's belt. It wasn't a broadcast, it was a recording, playing on a loop. A voice filled with static and terror. It was my voice. The head count is 5. The recording of me crackled. The head count is 4. The head count is 3. It was counting down. Counting us down. The sound of my own voice. A disembodied, prophetic ghost counting down my squad. Was the final straw. It broke the spell of frozen horror and plunged us into a frantic, stumbling retreat. The forest, no longer just a passive maze, became an active hunter. Branches, thick as a man's arm, seemed to swing at us as we passed. The ground, slick with a fine black mist that hadn't been there moments before, tried to suck the boots from our feet. The train whistle began its relentless, terrifying call. No longer a single passing shriek, but a series of short, sharp blasts that echoed from all directions at once. It was hurting us, cutting off our escape routes, driving us deeper into the heart of the hollow. Then the storm broke. A biblical deluge erupted from the black sky, the rain so cold it felt like sleet, plastering our clothes to our skin in seconds. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the writhing trees, and, for a horrifying instant, the silent, watching faces of the hollowed ones that seemed to line our path. We were running a gauntlet of the damned. "In here!" I yelled, my voice raw, spotting a dark cleft in a rock face, a shallow cave half hidden by a curtain of dripping vines. It wasn't much, but it was shelter from the storm and a defensible position. We scrambled inside, a miserable, terrified huddle of survivors. The cave was deeper than it looked, extending back into the darkness. As our eyes adjusted, we saw that it wasn't a natural formation. The walls were too smooth, carved with the same ancient spiral patterns we had seen on the trees. We had been herded not just into a shelter, but into a place of purpose. A temple. It was Hattie, the quiet girl, who began to unravel. The familiar terror of the cave, the enclosed space. It was the final key that unlocked her shattered memory. She collapsed, her body racked with tremors, her eyes wide with a terror that was 8 years old. The whistle. "It's his voice," she stammered, her words tumbling out in a torrent of recovered trauma. "When he's close, you lie still. You don't breathe. You don't look." I didn't look. Billy did. He just lifted his head. And his eyes. His eyes went empty, like holes. The stag. The man with the stag's head. He just breathed him in. She sobbed, grabbing my arm. "The rules are real. They're the only thing that's real in here. They're how you die last." Her words, a confirmation of our darkest fears, hung in the frigid air. And in that moment of terrible revelation, Rowan Kelts chose to make his move. He wasn't looking at Hattie. He was calmly unpacking a piece of equipment from his waterproof pack. It was a small, high-frequency audio device, a lure. He flicked a switch, and a low, almost subsonic hum filled the cave, a sound that vibrated in our bones. Outside, the cacophony of train whistles instantly ceased, replaced by a single focused and rapidly approaching shriek. He was calling it, summoning it here. "What are you doing?" Marcus Lee demanded, taking a step towards him, his hand reaching for his useless gun. Rowan looked up, and the friendly, slightly awkward filmmaker was gone. In his place was a man with eyes as cold and ancient as the mountain. He smiled, a thin, cruel slash in his pale face. "I'm documenting the climax, officer," he said, his voice calm, precise, the final, most crucial phase of the ritual. He raised a hand, and from the deeper darkness of the cave behind him, 2 more figures emerged. The Bensons, or what was left of them. Mr. Benson, who had vanished, was there, his eyes the same hollow sockets as the figures in the woods. And beside him stood Mrs. Benson, no longer weeping, her face a blank, placid mask. They had been hollowed, and they were now his guardians. "My family has tended this hollow for generations," Rowan explained, his voice filled with the passion of a zealot. "We made a pact with the spirit of this land, the great white stag. We offered it the blood of the faithless tribe that once trespassed here, and in return it granted us prosperity, power. But it grows weak. It needs stronger sustenance now. Not just life, but emotion. Strong, resonant emotion." He gestured to us, his eyes gleaming with a mad scientific fire. "Teresa's grief, a mother's sorrow for her lost son, a powerful imperative. Marcus's anger and cynicism, a wonderfully bitter course. Hattie's recovered terror, the perfect dessert. And you, Malik," he looked at me, his smile widening, "your guilt. A soldier's guilt, the deepest, most potent flavor of all. You are not just tourists. You are a perfectly curated 7-course meal to restore my God to its full power. I am not just filming a documentary. I am sanctifying a sacrifice." The hollowed Bensons shuffled forward, their movements stiff and unnatural, blocking the mouth of the cave. We were trapped. You're insane, I snarled, raising the heavy survival knife from my belt. I'm a keeper of the faith, Rowan corrected me, and you are the offerings. Just as he finished speaking, the entity appeared. It did not walk into the cave. It simply materialized in the entrance, a 9-foot-tall silhouette against the raging storm. It was a nightmare of bone and mist, a gaunt, corpse-pale humanoid body, topped with the massive, bleached skull of a great stag, its antlers like jagged dead branches. Its eyes were not eyes, but empty sockets that seemed to hold a universe of cold, hungry darkness. A gray, chilling mist swirled around its form. It lowered its skull head, and from the hollow space where a mouth should have been, that deafening, soul-tearing train whistle erupted, a sound that was both a roar of triumph and a dinner bell. The next few minutes were a blur of pure primal survival. Marcus fired his pistol, the bullets passing through the creature's misty form with no effect, ricocheting wildly around the cave. The hollowed Bensons advanced, their movements slow but terrifyingly relentless. I shoved Teresa and Hattie behind me, trying to create a defensive position deeper in the cave, near a pile of loose, sharp rocks. Rowan stood to the side, his camera rolling, capturing every terrified scream, every desperate action, his face alight with a look of transcendent, blasphemous joy. He was getting his masterpiece. The entity's gaze fell on Marcus, and the ex-cop froze, his face going slack, the color draining from it as his life force, his very will, was siphoned away by that empty, abyssal stare. He was being hollowed before our very eyes. I knew we had seconds. I looked around wildly, my mind racing through every survival scenario I'd ever trained for. But this wasn't an enemy I could fight. It was a force of nature. But the cave, it wasn't just a cave. It was a temple. It was a temple. And at the very back, half hidden in the shadows, was an altar. A flat stone slab, stained dark with the blood of centuries. And on it were carvings. Not just the spirals, but scenes. Scenes of the first betrayal. Men with rifles shooting down the tribespeople. And then, a scene of the tribespeople fighting back. Not with weapons, but with fire. And a specific symbol, a circle with a bleeding tree at its center. It was a ritual of banishment, a counterspell. It was our only, desperate, impossible chance. I grabbed Teresa's arm. The altar. We need to get to the altar. I yelled over the whistle's shriek, but as we scrambled towards it, the entity turned its gaze from the nearly drained Marcus to us, and Rowan, seeing my intention, stepped forward, a long, cruelly curved ritual knife, pulled from his pack, now gleaming in his hand. "Oh no," he said, his smile more terrifying than the monster at the cave's mouth. "The ritual must be completed as written." Rowan moved to intercept us, the ritual knife held with a practiced, steady hand. He was no amateur. He was a priest of this dark, bloody faith. The hollow whistle, the stag-headed god at the cave mouth, remained still, its empty gaze fixed on us, a predator savoring the final, terrified struggles of its cornered prey. It was allowing its keeper to play with his food. It was allowing its keeper to play with his food. The hollowed form of Marcus Lee, now a gray, empty husk, slumped to the ground. Another soul joining the silent, rooted congregation of the woods. "You cannot usurp this right, Malik," Rowan said, his voice a low, confident purr. "This altar is for sacrifice, not salvation. Your pain will be the ink that rewrites my family's covenant with this forest." He lunged, not at me, but at Hattie, the one who knew the most, the one whose terror was the purest. But Teresa, the grieving mother, the quietest of our group, moved with a sudden, shocking fury. She threw herself in front of Hattie, a small, fierce shield against the advancing fanatic. "You will not take another child," she screamed. her voice raw with the agony of her own loss. It wasn't just a protective gesture. It was a defiant roar of maternal rage aimed at the universe. She clawed at Rowan, a wild, desperate attack that took him by surprise. The entity at the cave mouth stirred, its head tilted. Teresa's grief, now transmuted into pure, selfless rage, was a new flavor, a powerful, unexpected spice. Its empty gaze shifted from me to her. It was intrigued. I saw my chance. While Rowan was momentarily distracted, fending off Teresa's furious assault, I shoved Hattie towards the ancient altar. "The carvings," I yelled over the storm. "The fire, what does it mean?" Hattie, her eyes wide with a combination of old and new terror, stared at the pictograms on the stone. It's a story," she stammered, tracing the lines with a trembling finger. "They didn't fight the spirit. They gave it a new offering. Not a life, a memory. They burned a story totem, a carving of their own betrayal by the first outsiders. They gave the spirit the pain to consume, not the person. A sacrifice of guilt, not of flesh." My mind reeled. It was an insane shamanistic logic, but it was the only logic we had. As Rowan shoved Teresa aside, sending her sprawling to the cave floor, I knew what I had to do. The entity was drawn to my guilt, the raw, unhealed wound of my failure as a commander. That was the offering it truly wanted. "Teresa, Hattie, get out of the cave now," I commanded, my voice ringing with a new, desperate authority. "Run as far as you can and don't look back." Teresa, seeing the mad resolve in my eyes, grabbed the terrified Hattie and dragged her towards a small fissure in the back of the cave I had noticed earlier. A possible escape route. Rowan turned on me, his face contorted in a mask of fury. "You cannot interfere. The offering must be willing or taken." "It will be," I said, my hand going not for my knife, but for the chain around my neck. From it hung 2 dog tags. My dog tags, and a single, dented one belonging to Corporal Miller, the man who had died under my command. The physical embodiment of my failure, the story totem of my guilt. The hollow whistle glided into the cave, its full, terrifying height filling the space. It ignored the escaping women, its empty gaze fixed on the tableau before it. Rowan, the false priest, and me, the true sacrifice. I didn't run. I stood my ground before the altar. "You want my pain?" I yelled at the creature, my voice cracking. "You want my guilt? You want the ghost that follows me? Here it is." I ripped the dog tags from my neck, and using the flint and steel from my survival kit, I lit a small crumpled map, the map that had led us here, and held the tags in the flame. The metal began to heat, to glow. Rowan screamed in rage. "No, that is not the rite. The blood must be spilled." He charged at me, the ritual knife raised high. But as he did, the hollow whistle moved. It was not attacking me. It turned its stag skull head towards Rowan. It had been offered a choice: the convoluted, deceitful sacrifice of its false keeper, or the pure, potent, resonant guilt of a broken soldier. It chose the more refined meal. It raised a long, pale hand and pointed a single, branch-like finger at Rowan. Rowan froze, the knife falling from his grasp with a clatter. His face went slack, his eyes wide with horrified understanding, as he realized his god had rejected him. The train whistle sounded, not from the entity's mouth, but from within Rowan himself, a muffled, gurgling shriek. His body began to contort, to twist, his skin taking on the gray, bark-like texture of the hollowed ones. He was being claimed. He was being erased. Seeing him neutralized, I knew this was my only chance. I grabbed a burning branch from the sputtering fire near the cave mouth and ran, not out the main entrance, but into the fissure after Teresa and Hattie, plunging into the unknown darkness of the mountain's guts, the sound of Rowan's final, the sound of Rowan's final, whistling scream echoing behind me. We were alive. But we were far from safe. The head count was now 2 women and 1 haunted, marked man. The fissure was a tight, winding passage, a natural tunnel that led us deeper into the mountain before. Miraculously, opening out onto a different, lower slope, we emerged into the raging storm, gasping, soaked, and trembling. The sounds of the cave and Rowan's final, horrifying transformation fading behind us. We didn't stop. We scrambled, slid and clawed our way down the treacherous, muddy mountainside for what felt like an eternity, driven by pure, primal adrenaline. The entity's whistle was gone. The oppressive psychic pressure lifted, but the feeling of being in a vast, ancient, and deeply wronged place remained. The very silence of the hollow now felt like a judgment. We stumbled out of the forest and onto a forgotten logging road. Just as the first gray, watery light of dawn began to break, we were a pathetic trio of survivors, caked in mud, scratched and bruised, our eyes wide with a horror no one in the world outside would ever believe. Teresa was in a state of shock, clutching Hattie's hand like a lifeline. Hattie, for her part, seemed calmer, the recovery of her traumatic memories having strangely cauterized the wound, leaving her with a grim, weary acceptance. It took us hours to walk back to civilization. The official story we finally gave to the bewildered park rangers was a carefully edited version of the truth. A sudden, violent flash flood had separated us. The Bensons, Marcus, and Rowan had been swept away. It was a thin, weak story, but it was the only one the sane world would accept. A massive search was launched, but of course they found nothing. No bodies, no gear. Witch Hollow, as always, had buried its secrets. Marcus Lee was declared a missing person. Hattie entered intense therapy, her family relieved to have her back, but terrified by the vacant places in her eyes. Teresa moved away, seeking the flat, open plains of the Midwest, a landscape with no hills to hide monsters and no trees to whisper secrets. And me? I was free, but I was also branded. The outfitter, Silas, met me a week later. I gave him back his map. I didn't take the second half of the cash. He just nodded, his ancient eyes knowing everything without me having to say a word. The Hollow chooses its own keeper, son, was all he said. Sometimes it takes them. Sometimes it takes them. Sometimes it sends them out on patrol. I went back to my remote cabin, but the quiet I had sought was gone. Now, the silence was filled with a low, expectant hum. I was no longer haunted by Corporal Miller's ghost. My guilt had been offered and accepted, but the acceptance had forged a link. I was now part of the Hollow, a tether to the world outside. The entity had been appeased, its hunger for my specific pain sated, but it was still there, slumbering, its territory now subtly expanded to include the lonely acres of my own heart. The final scene. It's months later, autumn. I'm sitting on my porch, cleaning my rifle. The motion's mechanical, familiar. The news on the small radio beside me is talking about a string of strange occurrences. A different national park, hundreds of miles away in the Rockies. A group of experienced climbers vanished from a notoriously difficult trail known to the local tribes as the Path of the Silent Scream. The reporter mentions the sole, traumatized survivor, a young woman who babbles incoherently about a beautiful, terrible white deer and a sound like a train where no train could be. I stop cleaning my rifle. My head snaps up. The wind, sighing through the pines around my cabin, carries with it a faint, impossibly distant sound. A train whistle. I close my eyes. I am no longer just Malik Raines, the broken soldier. I am the keeper, the patrol. I can feel the entity stir, not in the mountains of Appalachia, but in my own soul. A flicker of interest, a new hunger piqued by the news. It has found a new hollow, a new hunting ground, and it needs its herald to scout the territory. I stand up, my face grim. I go inside and begin packing a bag. My map of the Appalachians is on the wall, but I'm looking at a larger one now, a map of the entire country, a road map of forgotten places and whispered fears. Silas was right. My watch was over, but my duty, a terrible, lonely, unending duty, had just begun. The white deer's mark was now my own, and the whistle was my summons. They say a good bartender can keep any secret, but I came to Fog's End to forget one. I came to drown the memory of a little girl's face, framed by fire, her eyes wide with a terrified trust I failed to honor. After that, the camaraderie of the smoke jumpers, the roar of the plane, it all felt like a lie. So I ran, not from the law, but from the ghosts. I ran until I found myself deep in the Appalachian hollows, answering a faded, rain-blotched flyer for a caretaker and proprietor at a place that wasn't on any map. The bar is called Fog's End. It's a splinter of a place, a wound in time, a building made of dark wood and darker secrets that only materializes when the fog gets thick enough to feel like it has a pulse. The owner was a gaunt, ancient man named Elias, who spoke in whispers and looked at me with eyes that had seen too many sunrises. He gave me a set of heavy iron keys, a bottle of impossibly old unopened whiskey, and a handwritten note on the back of a tattered postcard. It contained 3 rules. Don't pour beer for a werewolf when the fog is covering the bar. Never break up the poker game at table 6. Everyone playing lost their life to the house, and they're betting for their souls when the beast of Bladenborough enters, and all customers freeze in terror. You must offer it your strongest memory in a shot glass filled with your tears. The bar has its regulars. Elias had rasped, his voice like stones grinding together, and it has its rules. The rules keep the peace. You keep the peace, the bar will keep you. Then he walked out the door and vanished into the swirling white mist, leaving me alone. The air inside Fog's End is thick, a palpable entity. It smells of wet pine from the deep woods outside, the sweet, malty scent of spilled bourbon from 100 years of lonely nights, and beneath it all, the sharp, metallic tang of regret. The silence is the worst part. It's not empty. It's a listening, waiting silence, broken only by the low murmurs of its strange patrons and the soft, constant shuffle of cards from table 6 deity. The last bartender, a woman named Mira, supposedly just walked out into the fog 3 years ago and never came back. But last night, while wiping down the heavy dark wood of the bar top, I found her name, carved into the underside with what must have been a fingernail, and next to it, a single, desperate, jagged word. Remember. My first night was a slow descent into a new kind of reality. The patrons were unique. A man sat in the far corner, his features always obscured by shadow, his eyes seeming to shine with a faint lupine yellow. A woman with skin like pale moonlight and hair like spun silk nursed a single glass of ice water, never touching the drink, her sorrow a tangible cold spot in the room. And at table 6, the poker game went on, as it apparently always did. 4 men, their faces etched with a profound, eternal weariness, playing with stained, ancient cards. Their leader, a man the others called a Rafferty, was a ghost in a worn flannel shirt. I knew he was a ghost because I could see the dim outline of the bottles on the shelf right through his chest. They never spoke to me, never ordered drinks. They just played, the soft click of their chips the only steady sound in the room. I was cleaning glasses, my back to the room, when a sudden heavy fog rolled in, not from the open door, but from the floorboards themselves. It was thick, white, and cold, swirling around my ankles, smelling of damp earth and ozone. It deadened the already faint sounds of the bar, wrapping the room in an intimate, claustrophobic shroud. And from the corner, a low, gravelly voice said, "Bartender, a beer." I turned. It was the man with the yellow eyes. The werewolf. His knuckles were white where he gripped the edge of his table. his body tense, fighting some internal battle. The first rule screamed in my mind, "Don't pour beer." My hand hovered over the tap for a brand I didn't recognize. Its handle a carved wolf's head. My heart hammered. Was this a test? A local custom? A joke? But the desperation in his eyes, the raw, animal plea for something to quench a thirst that wasn't for alcohol, felt terrifyingly real. I made a choice. My hand moved away from the beer tap and towards the simple spigot for water. I filled a heavy glass, the water shockingly clear against the murky fog, and placed it on the bar. "On the house," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The man stared at the glass of water, then up at me. A long, tense moment passed. Then he gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. It was a nod of grim, weary understanding. He stood, his large frame seeming to unfold from the chair, and walked out the door, vanishing into the night without a backward glance. The fog on the floor seemed to sigh. Then slowly, it thinned and dissipated, leaving the air tasting of electricity. The peace had been kept. I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. As I went to retrieve the untouched glass of water from the bar, I saw a message traced in the condensation that had formed on the dark, polished wood. 10 faint, shaky letters, as if written by a ghost's finger. "He eats memories. Don't feed him. He eats memories." The werewolf's silent acknowledgement and the ghostly message on the bar solidified a terrifying truth. The rules were not suggestions. They were laws of nature in this unnatural place. I started my own quiet investigation, a habit from a former life where understanding the environment was key to survival. I began looking for anything left behind by Mira, the bartender who had vanished. Her locker in the small back room was empty, scrubbed clean, but in the dusty space behind it, I found a small, water-damaged notebook. Most of the pages were awash of blurred ink, but a few frantic entries were just legible. "Silas knows too much. He asks about the beast. He asks about memory. Not like a scholar, like a chef asking about ingredients." And another, "Rafferty tried to warn me. The cards. Always watch the cards. Silas. I hadn't met a Silas, but I filed the name away." The next few nights were a tense routine. I served drinks to sad-eyed ghosts and quiet, watchful creatures, my senses on a razor's edge. The poker game at table 6 was my constant, a quiet tableau of the damned. I watched old man Rafferty, the ghost in the flannel shirt. He played with a quiet, focused intensity, his movements economical, his eyes holding a century of sorrow. He never looked at me, but I started to feel like the game wasn't just for the players. It was a performance for me. On the third night, a pair of new patrons stumbled in. 2 rowdy spirits that looked like lumberjacks from the 1920s, still smelling of pine sap and spectral whiskey. They were loud, boisterous, and after a few drinks, they started a fight. A clumsy, slow-motion brawl of swinging fists that passed harmlessly through each other. Their argument began to drift closer and closer to table 6. My bartender's instinct, the ingrained need to maintain order, took over. I rounded the bar, my hand out. "All right, fellas, let's take it outside," I said, my voice firm. The moment I stepped within 5 feet of table 6, the 4 poker players stopped. The soft shuffling of cards ceased. 4 pairs of weary, ghostly eyes lifted from their hands and fixed on me. The collective weight of their gaze was a physical force, a wall of pure, concentrated despair that stopped me in my tracks. It was a silent, absolute refusal. "That'd be, son," old man Rafferty said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from all corners of the room at once. "This here's a private game. The ante's too high for outsiders." He looked back down at his cards, the silent dismissal more powerful than any threat. The 2 lumberjack spirits, suddenly sobered by the immense pressure from the table, faded away into nothingness. I retreated behind the bar, my heart pounding. Rule #2, never break up the poker game. I had come dangerously close. Later that night, As the bar was nearing its quietest hour, Rafferty coughed, a dry, soundless gesture. He laid his cards face up on the table, folding his hand. Then he looked directly at me for the first time, his eyes holding a deep, meaningful sadness. He tapped the cards with a translucent finger before fading slightly, his attention returning to the game. I walked over. The cards he had displayed were a strange, deliberate set. 2 black aces, 2 black eights, and laid slightly apart from them, a single crimson queen of hearts, the dead man's hand, the hand held by Wild Bill Hickok when he was shot dead. It was a message of death, and a clue. The lonely queen. Just as I was puzzling over the meaning, the front door opened, letting in a swirl of thick white fog. A man stepped inside, shaking the damp from his tweed coat. He was in his early 30s, with a charming, academic air, handsome and well-spoken. "Quite a place you have here," he said, his eyes scanning the room with a scholar's curiosity. He saw the cards on table 6. "Ah, the dead man's hand," he said with a knowledgeable smile, approaching the bar. "A classic omen, but the queen, that's an addition. The Queen of Hearts. In some older traditions, she represents a lost lady, a queen in the underworld, perhaps the lost lady of this very bar." He looked at me, his eyes bright with intelligence. "My name is Silas Dorn. I'm a folklorist, writing a book on the unique legends of this specific region. You must be the new bartender." Silas Dorn had become a new regular. He was a welcome, if unsettling, presence. He was charming, intelligent, and human, a stark contrast to the bar's usual clientele. He'd sit at the bar for hours, nursing a single whiskey, asking me questions about the patrons, the rules, the feel of the place. He claimed it was for his research, and I, desperate for a connection to the world of logic and reason, found myself confiding in him. I told him about the werewolf, the poker game, the ghostly message on the bar. He listened with rapt attention, nodding, taking notes in a small leather-bound book. "Fascinating," he'd murmur. "Classic genius loci manifestations. The rules you were given are clearly apotropaic rituals, designed to appease or ward off specific entities. They're a form of folk magic, a living grimoire." He made the horror sound like a footnote in an academic paper, and it was strangely comforting. But my investigation into Mira's disappearance continued. Her fragmented journal entries became my guide. "Silas, he knows too much. His questions are not right." And another entry. "The beast only comes when the sorrow is strong enough. It's drawn to a broken heart like a shark to blood. The beast of Bladenboro, the 3rd rule." It was the one I feared most. I asked Silas about it. "Ah, the beast," he said, a gleam in his eye. "A fascinating cryptid, usually described as a vampiric, cat-like creature from North Carolina. It's very unusual for its legend to appear this far north. It suggests a confluence of psychic energies here. A nexus." He made it sound exciting. I felt a cold knot of dread. 1 week into my tenure, it happened. The night was quiet, the air heavy. The only patrons were the poker players at table 6, and a lone weeping ghost in the corner, a young man in a Wejui uniform, endlessly mourning a lovehead left in France. The sorrow in the room was a tangible thing, a thick, cloying blanket of despair. And then the silence came. Not the usual quiet of the bar, but a sudden, absolute void of sound. The poker players froze, their cards hovering in mid-air. The weeping ghost fell silent. The low hum from the ancient refrigerator behind the bar ceased. The world went deaf. The door creaked open. It padded into the room on silent pause, a creature made of liquid shadow and deepest night. It was large, panther-like, its form constantly shifting and coalescing, its fur the color of a starless sky. Its eyes were not eyes, but 2 orbs of soft, sorrowful, glowing silver light. It was the beast of Bladenborough. Its presence was preceded by the smell of ozone, wet earth, and heartbreak. It ignored me. Its silver gaze fell upon the weeping soldier. The patrons, all of them, were frozen, statues in a tableau of terror. I remembered the rule. Offer it your strongest memory in a shot glass filled with your tears. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely move. My strongest memory, the fire, the little girl's face, the one thing in the world I wanted to forget. I grabbed a clean shot glass from the shelf, my movements stiff and clumsy. I placed it on the bar. I closed my eyes and forced myself to remember, not the vague outlines, but every detail. The smell of burning pine and melting plastic, the searing heat on my face, the sound of the roof groaning, the exact shade of the flames reflected in her wide, terrified eyes as the ceiling collapsed. The memory was a physical thing, a shard of hot metal in my soul, a single hot tear, thick with a year's worth of unshed grief, escaped my eye and dropped into the shot glass with a faint hiss, my hand trembling. I pushed the glass down the polished bar. It slid silently, stopping directly in front of the beast. The creature lowered its shadowy head. It didn't drink. It seemed to inhale, to breathe in the essence from the glass. The air shimmered. The weeping soldier in the corner let out a thin, confused wail. "Annette," he whispered. Who is Annette?" He looked around, his ghostly face a mask of sudden, profound emptiness. The memory of his great love, the sorrow that had defined his afterlife, had been consumed, wiped clean. He flickered, then dissolved into a faint wisp of smoke, his anchor to this world gone. The beast, sated, raised its head and looked at me. Its silver eyes held a moment of something that felt terrifyingly like gratitude. Then, it turned and dissolved back into the shadows from which it came. The sound of the bar, the cards shuffling, the hum of the fridge crashed back in as the terror slowly receded. A new horrifying sound took its place, a faint rhythmic creaking from the back of the bar. It was coming from the walk-in freezer, a place I had never had cause to open. It sounded like someone was weakly knocking from the inside. A phantom warmth, a stark contrast to the room's chill, seemed to emanate from the heavy steel door. I pulled the latch, my heart pounding. The door swung open, releasing a billow of supernatural cold. There, huddled in the corner, covered in a thick layer of frost, was a woman. She was pale, her lips blue, but she was alive. It was Mira, the lost bartender. Her eyes, wide and terrified, met mine. "He's not feeding the beast," she whispered, her voice a fragile, frosty rasp. "He's farming it." And then, as if the effort was too much, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, vanishing back into the impossible cold of the freezer. Mira's appearance, her cryptic warning, changed everything. Silas wasn't just a scholar, he was a player in this game, and farming the beast implied a harvest, a purpose. The next time the fog rolled in, I was ready. I was watching him, but that night, someone new stumbled into the bar. A young woman, maybe 21, with a backpack and rain-soaked hair. She was a hiker who had gotten turned around in the sudden, unnatural fog. A real, living, ordinary person. Her name was Emily. M, she told me, her teeth chattering from the cold. She stared around the bar, at the werewolf in the corner and the ghostly poker players, with a wide-eyed, disbelieving terror. She was an anomaly, an injection of pure, mundane reality into this closed system of folklore and pain. Her presence seemed to disrupt the very atmosphere of the bar. The shadows seemed less deep, the silence less oppressive, when the beast appeared for its nightly feeding. Drawn by the sorrow of another one of the bar's permanent residents, It padded right past M, its silver eyes not even registering her. Her memories, simple and untraumatized, were like bland, unseasoned food to it. She was invisible, a control group, and I saw in Silas' eyes, for the first time, a flicker of genuine annoyance. An unpredictable variable he hadn't accounted for. That was all the confirmation I needed. After the beast had gone, and after I had calmed the terrified M with a stiff, warm brandy, I confronted him. "Farming it, Silas," I said, my voice low and cold. "That's what Mira said. That's what Mira said. What are you harvesting?" Silas Dorn's charming, academic facade finally crumbled. He didn't look angry. He looked tired. He sighed, a sound of immense ancient weariness. "I had hoped you would be a more passive caretaker, Cassian," he said. "Mira us for a time. But curiosity is a powerful poison." He stood up from his stool. "You are correct. I am not merely a folklorist. I am the beneficiary of its work." He held up his hand, and for a second it became translucent, a ghostly, shimmering thing. "I am a construct, Cassian, a story held together by the stolen memories of others. A lich, if you want to use the melodramatic term," he explained. He had been the original keeper of this bar, a descendant of the family that had first trapped the beast. But he had grown ambitious. He tried to harness the beast's power and had been consumed by it, killed in this very room decades ago. But before he faded completely, he used his deep knowledge of the bar's rules and the powerful stolen memory of another victim, the memory of their own wedding day, to reconstitute himself. He was a ghost wearing a stolen life, but the memories fade, he said, his voice now cold and hard. "It must be replenished. The beast is my collector, and soon the harvest will be great enough to open the amnesia gate." He pointed to a large, ornate, locked door behind the bar. A door I had assumed led to a cellar, a place where all memories become a liquid, tangible resource. "It will grant me truth, stable immortality, the power to finally rewrite my own flawed, failed past." He looked at him, who was cowering near the fireplace. Her blankness is a problem, but your potent, tragic memories, Cassian, they are the final key. I need to turn the lock. I need to turn the lock." He reached into his coat and produced a strange, ornate key made of gnarled, petrified wood, stained almost black. "The beast isn't the true power here," he said, walking towards the locked door. "The bar is. It's a psychic engine, fueled by sorrow. And I." He smiled. "A dead, empty thing. I'm about to turn the key and begin the final distillation." The moment Silas inserted the petrified wood key into the ornate lock on the cellar door, the very air in Fog's End fractured. It was not a loud, explosive event, but a deep, resonant thrum, like a colossal tuning fork being struck at the heart of reality. The key turned with a sound of grinding stone and snapping bone. The low, mournful music from the ancient jukebox warped and died. The gentle amber lights of the bar flickered, then blazed with a harsh, sterile, white intensity, stripping away all of the comforting shadows, exposing the raw, ugly truth of the place. The wood of the bar wept a dark, sap-like substance that smelled of ancient grief. The bottles on the shelf rattled, their labels flickering, shifting between brands and eras. The engine of memory was being redlined, and the entire bar was screaming under the strain. "The distillation has begun," Silas declared, his voice no longer a calm baritone, but a high, manic cry of triumph. He stood before the cellar door, which now glowed with a faint, sickly green light from the cracks around its frame. "No more sipping, Cassian. Tonight we drink from the river itself." The fog outside the windows was no longer a gentle, rolling mist. It was a churning, violent vortex, a supernatural hurricane pressing in on the small, impossible sanctuary of the bar. And the chaos it held back was now leaking in. The werewolf in the corner, who had been placidly nursing his water, threw back his head and roared, a sound of pure, untamed agony. The rules were breaking down. The fog was inside the bar now, thick and cold, and his human form surrendered with a wet, tearing sound of shifting bone and stretching skin. He lunged not at me, but at the nearest source of chaotic energy. The ghostly poker table, the game at table 6, erupted. Old Man Rafferty and his companions, who had been locked in their eternal quiet game, were now a whirlwind of phantom rage. They weren't fighting over cards anymore. They were physically grappling, their translucent forms flickering wildly as they tried to tear fragments of memory from each other. "My name," one of them shrieked, his voice thin and reedy. He took the memory of my name. The entire bar was becoming a psychic war zone, a hellscape of bleeding realities and warring concepts. And at the center of it all was my own personal ghost. The smell of burning pine hit me first, sharp and acrid. Then the heat, a dry, searing wave that made the air shimmer. The polished wood of the bar began to char and smoke before my eyes. The phantom cries, the ones that lived in the quiet corners of my mind, were now screaming in the room, a chorus of a single, terrified little girl. My failure, my strongest, most defining memory was manifesting, given form and power by the bar's overclocked engine. "She's here, Cassian," Silas taunted, his face alight with ecstatic glee. "Your greatest contribution." Feel the potency of that guilt. That is the fuel that will open the gate. Through the swirling smoke and psychic noise, I saw her, a shimmering, heat-haze outline of a small girl, standing where the jukebox had been, her form made of memory and regret, her eyes wide with the same terrified trust I had failed. "Protect her, Cassian," Silas whispered, his voice a venomous serpent in my ear. "Try to save her again." He was using my own trauma as a weapon, a ghost to hold me in place while he completed his ritual, and his target was clear. He turned his gaze to M. Granger, the innocent hiker, the psychic blank slate cowering by the fireplace. "Every grand experiment needs a control group," Silas said, walking towards her. "And every ritual needs a sacrifice. Her purity, her lack of a defining sorrow. She is the perfect empty vessel to pour the universe into. Her soul will be the key that unlocks the door for good." He raised a hand, and the shadows in the room seemed to coalesce around it, forming into long, grasping tendrils. This was it, the final move. But as he approached him, a new voice cut through the chaos, thin and cold and sharp as an icicle. "He lies. Mira." She stood in the open doorway of the walk-in freezer, which was now venting clouds of supernatural cold. She was no longer just pale. She was translucent, wreathed in a shimmering aura of frost, her form held together by sheer will. She couldn't leave the freezer's circle of influence for long, but she was here now. "The gate doesn't need a blank slate, Silas," she said, her voice weak but clear. "It needs a willing heart. You can't sacrifice her. She has to choose to enter." Silas snarled, his carefully constructed composure finally breaking. "You should have stayed frozen, you little fool." At that moment, Rafferty's ghost, finally breaking from the chaos of his table, chose his side. "The girl's right, Silas," the old ghost rasped, appearing beside me, his form flickering like a bad projection. "The house has rules even the owner can't break." Then he looked at me, his eyes filled with a century of regret. "And I know your secret, you memory thief. I was here the night you died. I know whose life you stole to put yourself back together." The revelation hung in the air. Silas wasn't just a descendant. His entire existence was a fraud, built on a stolen foundation. The beast of Bladenboro chose that moment to manifest, not by walking through the door, but by pouring out of the very shadows of the room. It was larger now, its form less stable, its silver eyes burning with a hunger that was no longer sorrowful, but ravenous. It was the conduit for the ritual, and Silas, enraged, directed it towards the only person who could stop him. Me. The next few moments were a blur of impossible survival. I dodged the beast's shadowy pounce, the air it displaced leaving a trail of frost on the floor. I used a heavy bar stool as a shield against the enraged werewolf. All the while, the phantom of the little girl stood in the corner, her presence a constant, agonizing thrum of my own failure, pinning my soul in place. Mira, from her doorway, pointed a frosty, trembling finger at Silas. His anchor? Whoa! The memory isn't just in his head, Cassian. It's in the bar, the first dollar he ever earned. Rafferty, his form solidifying with a ghostly resolve, nodded. The one he framed behind the whiskey shelf, the one that belonged to Old Man Hemlock, the man who built this place. That's the life you're wearing, Silas. It was a desperate, insane clue. I had to fight my way through a bar full of monsters, past a memory-eating god, to steal back a memory from a man made of them, all while being haunted by the physical manifestation of my own worst nightmare. I looked at Em, cowering but watching me, her eyes a beacon of sane, terrified reality. I looked at the ghost of the girl in the fire, her eyes pleading for a rescue I could never give. I looked at the cellar door, which was beginning to vibrate, the green light within pulsing like a monstrous heart. The last call. It was time to settle the tab. The chaos in Fog's End was no longer just a supernatural phenomenon. It had become a psychic maelstrom, a hurricane of overlapping realities and raw emotion. The beast of Bladenboro, now a churning vortex of shadow and silver-eyed malice, was a living embodiment of the bar's unleashed power. Silas, his face a mask of incandescent fury, directed the creature not with words, but with pure, focused will. He needed me out of the way to deal with them, his intended sacrifice. I couldn't fight the beast head-on. It was like trying to punch the tide, but Rafferty's and Mira's clues had given me a target. A single point of vulnerability in the storm of impossibility. Silas's anchor, the stolen memory. Then, stay by the fire. Don't move, I yelled, my voice raw. The fireplace, with its real, honest warmth, seemed to be a small island of stability in the room. I dodged another lunge from the werewolf, shoving a heavy table into its path, and made a break for the bar. Behind the long row of whiskey bottles, amidst a collection of dusty memorabilia, was a small framed dollar bill, yellowed with age. Old Man Hemlock's first dollar, 1898. It was the cornerstone of Silas's stolen existence. As I reached for it, the phantom of the little girl from the fire materialized directly in front of me, her form shimmering with heat, her eyes filled with an unbearable, silent accusation. It was my own guilt, weaponized and given form, blocking my path. I couldn't save you, I whispered, the words torn from me, the pain as fresh as if it were yesterday. The beast, sensing the surge of my potent sorrow, changed its target from the general chaos and began to glide towards me. That's it, Cassian, Silas's voice gloated, echoing in the room. Feed him your despair. Drown in it. But then Mira, her voice a frosty whisper from the freezer door, called out, Don't fight the memory, Cassian. Use it. Offer him something else. Something he's never tasted. It was an insane gambit to intentionally feed the memory eater, but I was out of options as the beast loomed over me, its silver eyes promising a sweet, empty oblivion. I didn't push my guilt away. I reached for a different memory, a different fire. I remembered the surge of pride and adrenaline from my first successful jump as a smoke jumper. The roar of the wind, the breathtaking view of the world spread out below, the absolute, perfect focus of the mission, the feeling of pure, selfless heroism, as my team worked in perfect unison to cut a fire break, saving a whole town. It was a memory of triumph, of purpose, of uncomplicated courage, a flavor, I prayed, that would be completely alien to this creature born of sorrow and betrayal. I focused on that feeling, that memory, and mentally pushed it forward, a deliberate offering. Take it, I projected, not with words, but with will. The beast recoiled as if struck. It had expected the familiar, rich taste of guilt, but instead, it received this bright, sharp, unfamiliar flavor of heroism and camaraderie. It let out a silent, psychic shriek of confusion, its shadowy form flickering and destabilizing for a precious second. Its psychic link with Silas wavered, and in that moment of disruption, I saw it. The world shimmered, and for a fraction of a second, I saw through Silas's eyes. I saw the memory he was using to anchor himself. A grainy, sepia-toned image of a stern, bearded man named Hemlock, proudly hammering the final nail into the bar he had just built. A memory filled with pride, ownership, and creation. It was a powerful foundational memory, and it wasn't his. I now knew what to pull. I lunged, my physical hand reaching for the framed dollar bill on the wall, while my will, my entire consciousness, reached out and pulled at the sepia-toned image in Silas's mind. I wasn't just taking the object. I was reclaiming the concept it represented. Silas screamed, a real human sound of pure agony. No, that's mine. I am Hemlock, but he wasn't. The memory, the very foundation of his being, began to unravel. His form flickered violently, his borrowed face shifting, the features of old man Hemlock warring with the pale, terrified face of the young, ambitious man he had once been. He was coming apart at the seams. He was coming apart at the seams. He made one last, desperate lunge. Not for me, but for M, the empty vessel by the fire. If I am to be undone, he shrieked, his voice a chorus of fading memories, I will take you all into the void. The gate will open. He threw the petrified wood key at the glowing green cellar door. The lock clicked, and the door swung open, revealing not a cellar, but a swirling, silent vortex of pure green, amnesiac energy. The amnesia gate, it began to pull at the room, at the patrons, at the very memories holding the bar together. This was it, the final, terrible distillation. The vortex at the cellar door was a silent, hungry mouth, pulling at the very fabric of our being. The colors in the room began to bleed towards it, the sounds becoming stretched and distorted. I felt my own memories start to fray at the edges. The name of my third-grade teacher, the taste of my mother's cooking, small, insignificant details being drawn into the void. The ghostly poker players at table 6 let out a collective, weary sigh and simply allowed themselves to be pulled apart, their long penance finally over as they dissolved into streamers of forgotten moments. Silas, now a flickering, unstable ghost, cackled with insane glee. We will all be forgotten together. We will all be clean. The beast of Bladenborough, now free from Silas's control, but drawn to the immense concentration of emotional energy, was poised between me and the gate, its silver eyes glowing with a terrible, final hunger. It was about to consume everything. Mira, from her freezer doorway, looked at me, her eyes filled with a frosty final plea. Cassian, the offering. It must be absolute. To close the gate, you have to give it the one thing that matters most. You have to give it the fire. I knew what she meant. The memory. My cornerstone. The source of my pain, my guilt, my entire broken identity. The memory of the girl I couldn't save. It was the most powerful, most emotionally charged memory in the room. It was the only thing potent enough to overload the beast, to slam the gate shut on this tide of oblivion. But to give it up, that meant not just forgetting, It meant being absolved. It meant becoming someone else. Someone who hadn't failed. Someone empty. I looked at him, her face pale with terror, clutching a chair to anchor herself against the psychic pull. I looked at the vortex, threatening to consume her innocent, unwritten life, and I looked at the shimmering phantom of the little girl, who was now looking at me not with accusation, but with a sad, simple plea for release. My choice was made. I stood, turned my back on the gate, and faced the beast. I didn't offer the memory with anger or with fear. I offered it with a profound, soul-shaking acceptance. I let it all come. The smell of the smoke, the heat, the sound of her small voice, the crushing weight of the fallen beam, the sight of her hand disappearing into the flames. My own helpless, useless scream. I poured every ounce of my guilt, my failure, my identity as a broken man, into one perfect, crystalline offering. "Take it," I whispered. "Please. Let her go." The beast lowered its head and drank. It drank my fire, my failure, my very soul. The psychic intake was so powerful it brought me to my knees, a soundless scream tearing through my mind. It was an agony beyond all pain. The feeling of my own history being ripped out by the roots. The phantom of the little girl looked at me one last time, a faint, sad smile on her lips, and then she faded, not into smoke, but into soft, gentle light. She was free. The offering was too much. The beast, a creature fed on sips of sorrow, was now force-fed, an ocean of pure, distilled agony. It convulsed, its shadowy form blazing with a brilliant silver light. It was overloaded, sated beyond its capacity for 1,000 years, with a final silent roar that cracked the very air in the bar. It dissolved, its energy imploding, collapsing the vortex behind it. The cellar door slammed shut with the force of a thunderclap, and the key in the lock turned to dust. Silence. The fog outside the windows receded, revealing a normal, moonlit forest. The werewolf was just a terrified, naked man, huddled in the corner. Silas Dawn was gone, a small pile of dust, and a single framed dollar bill, all that was left of him. Mira stood in a freezer door, a sad, permanent ghost, her duty done. And I was still the bartender. But the man who had walked in a few weeks ago was gone. The core of him, the defining tragedy, had been scooped out, leaving a hollow, peaceful calm. I looked at Em, who was staring at me, her eyes full of questions. I knew I had saved her, but I couldn't remember why it had been so important. The memory of the fire, the reason I had come to Fog's End, was a blank space, a missing page. The epilogue is quiet. Em Granger stumbles out of the bar and finds herself on a normal hiking trail, with no memory of Fog's End, only a strange feeling of lost time and a vague sense of gratitude towards a sad-eyed bartender. Rafferty's poker game is over. His spirit, his penance served by his final act of truth, finds peace and fades away. Mira remains, a silent, frosty sentinel, the bar's eternal, chilling secret. I am still the bartender. I am calm. I am at peace. The guilt that drove me is gone, but so is the heroism, the fire, the man I once was. I am a shell, a keeper of a place I don't remember choosing. The final image, a new patron, a lost soul with haunted eyes, and a past they are desperate to escape, stumbles into the bar as the fog rolls in once again. I polish a glass, my movements smooth and practiced, my own eyes empty and calm. I slide the handwritten list of rules down the bar towards the newcomer. The cycle has been preserved, the house has been saved, but the bartender, the ultimate keeper of secrets, now has none of his own left to keep. He is simply a part of the bar, forever waiting for the fog to roll in, and for the next story to begin. They say every cave has its secrets. I say some caves are secrets themselves, waiting to consume you. Welcome to Whispering Hollow, a place so deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It's a scar on the world. My name is Eliart Quinn, and I came here to stand guard at the gates of a hell I accidentally opened years ago. I lead tours into the dark, living by 3 strange rules just to survive the silence. What's the spookiest place you've ever felt drawn to? Tell me in the comments below. And if you're brave enough to descend with me, subscribe to Night Creepypasta Rules and ring that bell. Because in Whispering Hollow, the echoes aren't just sound, they're hunger. The tour begins now. I lost my family, my wife Anna, and my 6-year-old daughter Lily, to a single unforgivable moment of sleep in this very cave. It was a mistake that cost me everything but my life, and that I've often thought was the cruelest part of the bargain. Now, I lead small, exclusive tours into the whispering dark of Whispering Hollow. A job that is less a career and more a penance, a self-imposed sentence to stand guard at the gates of a hell I accidentally opened all those years ago. I accidentally opened all those years ago. The air down here, deep in the belly of the Appalachian Mountains, is ancient, smelling of wet limestone, the deep, loamy scent of forgotten earth, and the faint, unmistakable aroma of grief. My only guides, my only scripture, are the 3 rules etched on an old salt-cured leather scroll I keep in a sealed pouch. Never let anyone photograph the cave ceiling where Cherokee burial symbols are carved. The images will show their own death dates. Always carry a bag of salt from the Dead Sea. Sprinkle it behind the group to prevent cave demons from following. Never let anyone sleep in the cave, even for a moment. Dreams here become reality and trap souls in nightmares. The last group that came through had a skeptic, a young geology student, who thought the rules were just tourist trap theater. The search party only ever found his expensive digital camera, the last photo on its memory card, a perfect high-resolution image of his own skeletal remains lying in the exact spot where they had stood. My name is Eliart Quinn. I used to be Dr. Quinn, an archaeologist whose name was respected in academic circles. Now, I am just Eli, the grim-faced guide with the hollow eyes. Today's tour group was a small, typical collection of souls seeking a manufactured thrill. There were 5 of them. Abby Thorne, a pediatric nurse in her 30s, her face etched with a sadness so profound it seemed to have weight and substance. Max Dalton, a cocky film student in his early 20s, festooned with GoPros and an air of unearned confidence. Here, to capture viral-worthy paranormal evidence. Ricky Vance, a gruff, quiet local electrician in his 50s who'd won the tickets in a town raffle and looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. And then there was Casey Harlow. She stood out, bright, enthusiastic, with wide, curious eyes, and a notebook already filled with questions. She introduced herself as a spiritualist blogger, a sensitive drawn to the cave's powerful energy. She claimed to have read all the local legends, but her questions were too specific, too knowledgeable. She didn't feel like a tourist. She felt like she was coming home. We stood at the cave mouth, a jagged, toothless maw in the side of the mountain. The air inside was already degrees colder, a damp chill that promised a deeper, more permanent cold below. I went through my pre-tour speech, my voice a flat monotone I'd recited 1,000 times. Welcome to Whispering Hollow. This is not a state park. There are no handrails, no paved paths, and no emergency services. The rules I am about to state are not for your entertainment. They are for your survival. You will follow them without deviation. If you cannot, you will leave now. I laid out the 3 rules, my gaze sweeping over each of them, lingering on Max and his cameras. He scoffed, a small, dismissive sound. Casey, however, listened with a rapt, almost reverent attention, nodding as if I were confirming a sacred text she already knew by heart. No one left. They never do. The promise of the forbidden is too strong. I led them in, taking my position at the rear of the line as we descended into the gloom. The world outside, the sounds of birds and wind, vanished, replaced by the dripping of water and the soft scuff of our boots on the stone floor. The silence wasn't empty. It was full, a listening, waiting presence. When the last of the natural light was gone, I reached into the oilskin pouch in my belt. My fingers closed around the coarse, heavy crystals of dead sea salt. Discreetly, making sure no one was looking, I let a small handful fall to the cave floor behind us. The salt didn't just land. I saw it, for a fraction of a second in the beam of my headlamp, shimmer with a faint, blue-white light, and heard a soft, sizzling hiss like water hitting a hot skillet. As it touched the damp stone, it was reacting to something unseen, something that was already following us. Casey, a few feet ahead, half turned at the sound, a flicker of what looked like annoyance crossing her face before she quickly masked it with a bright, curious smile. We ventured deeper, following a path I knew as well as the lines on my own scarred hands. The cave system opened into a series of vast, breathtaking chambers, their walls adorned with colossal stalactites and stalagmites that looked like the teeth and bones of some slumbering stone leviathan. I kept my patter going, a dry recitation of geological facts and carefully sanitized history, all the while sprinkling the salt at regular intervals, a secret, desperate ritual. The air grew colder, heavier, and the whispering began. It was faint at first, easily dismissed as the wind moving through the narrow passages or the echo of dripping water. But it was more than that. It was a sibilant, layered sound, like hundreds of voices all whispering at once, just on the edge of comprehension. I saw Abby, the nurse, flinch, her head tilting as if trying to catch a specific word. I saw Ricky, the electrician, his face grim, his eyes darting into the shadows. Only Max seemed oblivious, his focus entirely on capturing cinematic B-roll of the glistening rock formations. Casey, I noticed, seemed to be listening intently, a small secret smile playing on her lips. Finally, we reached the heart of the cave, the great antechamber. It was a massive domed cavern, and its ceiling was a breathtaking, terrifying work of art. Carved into the smooth, dark stone hundreds of feet above were a series of intricate swirling symbols, the ancient burial glyphs of the Tsalagi, Cherokee tribe that had used this cave as a sacred tomb. "Lights down, please," I commanded, my voice sharp. "Point your headlamps at the floor. The carvings are delicate and can be damaged by prolonged, direct light." It was a lie, of course. The stone was harder than granite. The truth was far more dangerous. I illuminated the chamber with my own powerful, wide-beam lantern, keeping its focus low, letting the ambient light play across the distant ceiling, enough to see the shapes but not to truly resolve them. I spoke of the history, of the tribe that had considered this a place where the veil between worlds was thin. As I spoke, I saw Max, off to the side, slowly, deliberately, raise his high-end mirrorless camera. He was trying to be subtle, holding it low, angling it up. The flash was off, but the lens was wide, designed for low-light photography. He was breaking the first, most important rule. "Max, camera down. Now," I said, my voice cutting through the cavern like a whip. He jumped, startled, but not before the soft, almost inaudible click of the shutter echoed in the vast space. He lowered the camera, a defiant smirk on his face. "No flash, no harm done, man. You have no idea what you've done," I whispered, a cold dread washing over me. The whispering in the cavern seemed to swell, taking on a mocking, triumphant tone. We took a mandated water break in a smaller, safer side chamber a few minutes later. I watched Max as he fiddled with his camera, his initial defiance giving way to frustration. "Weird," he muttered, The camera totally glitched out. The last shot is just a corrupted file. He tapped and swiped at the screen, trying to reboot the device. The group was tense now, the mood broken. Finally, the camera screen flickered back to life, displaying the photo gallery. He scrolled to the last image. He stared at it, and all the color drained from his face. His cocky smirk vanished, replaced by a mask of pure, abject terror. His hands began to tremble so violently he almost dropped the expensive camera. "What is it?" Casey asked, moving to his side, her voice a perfect symphony of feigned concern. Max couldn't speak. He just shook his head, frantically trying to hit the delete button. But the image wouldn't erase. A file error message flashed on the screen. Casey looked over his shoulder, and for a split second, I saw a flicker of triumph in her eyes, before she masked it with a gasp of horror. Pale and trembling, his bravado shattered, Max stumbled over to me and held out the camera. "What is this?" he croaked, his voice a ragged whisper. "What the hell is this?" I took the camera. The image on the screen was crystal clear, perfectly focused, and physically impossible. It was a photo of the great antechamber, the spot where we had just been standing, and lying on the floor, in the exact center of the frame, was a desiccated human corpse, its flesh withered, its clothes rotted away to reveal bone. It was Max, and on the corpse's wrist was his distinctive, oversized sports watch, its digital display glowing with a single damning piece of information. The date was today's date. The time was less than an hour from now. The photograph shattered the fragile illusion of a tourist adventure. Panic, raw and contagious, began to ripple through the small group. Max was hyperventilating, staring at his own watch as if it were a ticking bomb. Ricky Vance, the electrician, was muttering what sounded like a prayer under his breath, his eyes wide. Abby, the nurse, just looked, lost, her own deep grief now magnified by a new, immediate terror. Casey was the only one who seemed to be holding it together, trying to comfort Max, her performance of a concerned fellow traveler, utterly flawless. "It's a trick," she said soothingly, though her eyes, when they flicked towards me, held a glint of challenge. A digital manipulation. Someone must have hacked his camera. Right, Eli? I ignored her, my mind racing. The prophecy had been set in motion. The cave, or the entity within it, now had a claim on Max. The rules weren't just guidelines. They were the terms of a fragile, ancient truce, and Max had just spat on the treaty. "Everyone with me, we're moving," I commanded, my voice harsher than I intended. "Stay close. Do not stop. Do not look back." My only goal now was to get them out, to retrace our steps, hoping the salt line I'd laid was enough to shield us on the retreat. But the cave had woken up. The whispering was no longer a vague, sibilant chorus. It was clearer now, more personal. It was the sound of imitation. I heard what sounded like my own voice, faint and distant, calling out Anna's name. I saw Abby stumble, her head snapping to the side. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes wide. It sounded like my Sarah, her daughter. The entity was tasting their memories, finding their deepest wounds. We reached a small, cramped section of the cave, a natural bottleneck where we had to squeeze through one at a time. It was the only way forward, the only way out. I sent them through first, taking up the rear. It was a tense, claustrophobic process. On the other side, I insisted on a brief 30-second rest to check headlamps and gear before the final push. "Everyone stay standing. Do not sit down. Do not lean against the walls," I ordered. But Abby, her face a mask of exhaustion, her spirit worn thin by the constant psychological assault, stumbled. She leaned heavily against a smooth, damp rock wall, and for no more than 10 seconds, her eyes fluttered closed. Her body sagged. "Abby," I snapped. Her eyes flew open with a choked, terrified gasp. I saw her," she stammered, her voice trembling. "My Sarah. She was right here. She was holding a little white flower. She said if I just went to sleep, just for a little while, we could go home together. Rule #3 violated. The change in her was immediate and terrifying. Her eyes, which had been filled with a sharp, immediate terror, now seemed clouded. A moment later, she turned to Max, who was still staring catatonically at his watch. "Is that a new camera?" Abby asked, her voice eerily conversational. You should be careful with the light down here. The carvings are delicate," she was repeating, word for word, a conversation we had had nearly 2 hours ago at the cave mouth. Her short-term memory of the event had been scooped out, replaced by an echo from the past. The cave, the entity Mehi, was beginning to eat her experiences, to unravel her from the inside out. Ricky Vance, the gruff local, grabbed my arm, his knuckles white. His face was pale, beaded with sweat. "My grandfather told me about this," he whispered, his voice shaking. He was full-blood Cherokee. "He called this place Sunun's Die, the Hungry Dark. He said the salt, it wasn't just to keep things from following you out. It was to keep your memories from following you in. To keep the dark from getting a taste of you." His eyes darted towards Abby, who was now humming a tune that sounded vaguely familiar, her eyes vacant. "It's got a taste of her now, Eli. It's inside her head." The group's cohesion disintegrated. We were no longer a tour group. We were 5 terrified individuals trapped in a predator's labyrinth. Max was a ghost, stumbling along, muttering about the time, his eyes fixed on his watch. Abby was lost in a fog of recycled memories and phantom conversations. A walking echo. Ricky stuck close to me, his pragmatism now fused with a deep ancestral terror. And Casey. Casey watched it all with a bright, clinical interest, her mask of empathy starting to slip. I knew this wasn't a random haunting anymore, and Casey was at the center of it. She was the only one unaffected, the only one who seemed to be thriving in the oppressive, whispering dark. She was the anomaly. We reached a deep underground river, its water black and impossibly still. It was the last major landmark before the long, final ascent to the surface. We had to cross it on a narrow, natural rock bridge. I insisted on going last, sprinkling a heavy line of salt at the entrance to the bridge. As Casey stepped onto the bridge, I grabbed her arm. "This ends now," I said, my voice low and hard. "Who are you?" She stopped. The bright, curious blogger persona melted away like snow in a fire. Her eyes, when she turned to look at me, were suddenly ancient, cold, and filled with an arrogant amusement. The smile she gave me was all predator. "You really are clever, Iliard," she said, her voice dropping, losing its youthful inflection. "I can see why he wants you. You have a resilience the others lack." "Who is he?" I demanded, my grip tightening on her arm. The salt line behind us sizzled audibly. "The spirit of this place, the hungry dark, the god my ancestors were smart enough to bargain with," she said with a shrug. "My family has been tending this place for centuries, Iliard. We are its keepers, and in return we are granted longevity. Longevity, a life lived outside of time in the dream." She looked at me, her eyes glinting. "This cave is my birthright, and these souls," she gestured dismissively, the terrified remnants of our group, "they are the final tithe, the last offering required to complete the pact." My blood ran cold. My blood ran cold. "The pact." "A full merger," she said, her voice filled with a greedy, ecstatic energy. "And may he will finally be able to walk in the sun, in my body, and my consciousness will dream forever as a god, ageless and powerful." She had the wild, zealous eyes of a cultist. She explained how she had orchestrated everything. A subtle, whispered hypnotic suggestion to fuel Max's arrogance and make him take the photo. A carefully timed story about loss to resonate with Abby's grief, making her vulnerable to the dream lure. She was a psychic shepherd, guiding her flock to the slaughter. And then she delivered the final devastating blow. She looked at me, her smile cruel and triumphant. Mayhe has fed on these simple, fearful minds, but it needs an anchor to cross over into the waking world. A powerful consciousness, one already scarred and shaped by the cave's dream logic, one with memories of profound loss tied to this very place. She took a step closer, her voice a triumphant whisper. It doesn't want the Milliard. It wants you. It has been waiting for you to come home, ever since you left a piece of your soul here with your wife and daughter. Casey's confession hung in the cold, damp air, a poison that solidified the formless dread into a sharp, terrible reality. The whispers in the cave, which had been a constant, insidious chorus, now coalesced, focusing into a single triumphant thought that was not my own, but was projected directly into my mind. Home. Welcome home. Casey's smile widened as she saw me flinch. He's so happy you're here, Eliard. Now let's begin the ceremony. She didn't shout or chant. She simply closed her eyes and hummed a low, resonant note. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate not in the air, but in the stone itself, in the water, in the very marrow of my bones. The cave responded instantly. The illusion of a simple natural cavern shattered. The faint ambient light from our headlamps seemed to warp and bend, casting shadows that writhed and stretched, detaching from the walls to become grasping, three-dimensional things. The still black water of the underground river began to ripple, not from a current, but as if something immense were moving just beneath its surface. What's happening? Max shrieked, his voice cracking with pure terror as he stared at his watch, the numbers on its face now glowing with a faint, sickly green light. The tithe is due, Casey declared, her voice booming with an unnatural resonance. No longer the blogger, but the high priestess of this subterranean hell. From the dark water, a form began to rise. It was Mayhe, no longer a fleeting shadow in a reflection, but a being of solidified nightmare. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs bending at angles that defied anatomy. It was made of a substance that was not quite shadow, not quite smoke, a shifting, semi-corporeal darkness. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless void where one should be. A void that seemed to drink the light from our headlamps, and from that void, the whispering emanated, a torrent of stolen memories in a single dominant telepathic command. Hunger, panic erupted. Max, with a final horrified scream, turned and ran, scrambling back across the narrow rock bridge. A tendril of shadow, faster than thought, shot out from Mayhe's form, wrapping around his ankle. He was yanked from his feet, his camera flying from his grasp and clattering to the stone floor. He was dragged, screaming and clawing at the rock, into the black, churning water. There was a brief, violent struggle, a final gurgling cry, and then silence. The water where he had vanished was still once more. One tithe paid. Abby, her eyes wide and vacant, took a step forward, not in fear, but in a trance. "Sarah," she whispered, staring at Mayhe's featureless face. "Is that you, baby? You came back for me." The entity was projecting an illusion only she could see, a lure crafted from her deepest grief. She began to walk calmly towards the edge of a deep, dark chasm to our left, a beatific smile on her face. "Abby? No!" I yelled, but she was lost, her mind already consumed by the waking dream. Ricky Vance, the electrician, acted on pure, raw instinct. He tackled her, a clumsy, flying tackle that sent them both sprawling to the ground, just feet from the chasm's edge. "Snap out of it, woman!" he roared, shaking her. Casey tutted, an expression of mild annoyance on her face. Such a messy, primitive response. The offering should go willingly. She raised a hand, and a wave of psychic pressure slammed into Ricky, throwing him back against the cave wall. where he slumped to the ground, dazed and groaning. Mei now turned its full attention to Abby, who was dazedly getting to her feet, still murmuring her daughter's name. It glided towards her, a silent, patient predator. This was my chance. While Casey and her god were focused on their next victim, I had to act. I backed away, my mind racing, trying to formulate a plan. I was no match for them in a direct confrontation, but I knew the rules, and I had the salt. I sprinted back the way we had come, into a narrower, more defensible passage. "Ricky, get up! This way!" I yelled. Ricky, shaking his head to clear it, saw Mahi advancing on Abby, and his face hardened with a grim resolve. He scrambled to his feet and followed me, dragging the still dazed Abby with him. Casey let us go, a confident, mocking smile on her face. The hunt was more amusing to her than a simple slaughter. We found refuge in a small, dead-end chamber, the one where Max's camera had revealed his fate. There was only one way in or out. I stood at the entrance, the pouch of Dead Sea salt in my hand. "What's the plan, Eli?" Ricky asked, his voice low and steady now, the initial shock replaced by a gritty determination. He had Abby huddled behind him, trying to shield her from the horrors. "The salt is a barrier," I explained, my voice tight. It creates a space it can't easily cross. It disrupts its connection to this place. I began to pour a thick, unbroken line of the coarse salt across the entrance to the chamber. As the crystals hit the floor, they flared with that same faint blue light, creating a shimmering, ethereal line. We heard it before we saw it. A soft, gliding sound from the main passage. He appeared at the entrance to our chamber, its featureless face turning towards the salt line. It stopped, seeming to study the barrier. Then the whispers intensified, crawling into my mind. "Your daughter, Elliard. Lily, she is here. She is so cold. She has been waiting for you to come and read her a story. Just go to sleep. You can be with her again." An image flashed in my mind, so real, so vivid, it took my breath away. Lily, in her favorite pajamas, holding her worn copy of Goodnight Moon, her small face filled with a terrible, eternal sadness. The grief was a physical blow, a wave of agony that buckled my knees. "Don't listen, idiot." Ricky's voice, sharp and grounding, cut through the haze. "It's a trick. It's what it does." I shook my head, clearing the vision, the taste of bitter regret in my mouth. "It's strong. Stronger than I've ever felt it." From behind me, Casey appeared, her arms crossed, watching with academic interest. "He's just getting started," she said. "He has to break your will before he can claim you. It's part of the bargain. The vessel must be prepared." Mei raised a shadowy arm and pointed at the salt line. The shimmering blue light flickered. The entity was testing the barrier, its own psychic energy pushing against the ancient sacred power of the salt. Cracks of darkness began to appear in the luminous line. It wouldn't hold for long. We were trapped. The walls felt like they were closing in. Abby was now weeping softly in the corner, lost in her own private hell. The whispers were getting louder, a torrent of my deepest failures and regrets. Ricky looked at me, his face grim. "My grandfather," he said. "There was one other story," he said, his voice low. "About a warrior who was trapped by the hungry dark. He couldn't fight it, so he fed it. He gave it something it couldn't refuse." "What?" I asked, my eyes fixed on the faltering salt line. "What did he give it?" "Himself," Ricky said softly. "He made a bargain. His life, his story, in exchange for his people's freedom." He looked at the salt pouch in my hand. It was less than a quarter full. Not enough for another barrier. Not enough to get us out. "There's not enough salt to get all of us out of here, Eli. But there might be enough for one." He didn't wait for my response. With a guttural war cry that was pure, defiant rage, Ricky Vance charged out of the chamber, directly at Casey. He was not a warrior, he was an electrician. But he was brave. His charge was a suicidal, desperate act of diversion. Casey, surprised by the sudden physical assault, stumbled back. Ricky grabbed her, a lifetime of frustration and fear fueling his strength, and tackled her, sending them both sprawling to the ground. He, its attention momentarily diverted from me to the threat against its keeper, turned, a tendril of shadow lashing out at Ricky. "Go!" Ricky roared as the shadow tendril pierced his shoulder. "Get her out! I didn't hesitate!" It was the gift of a brave man, and I would not let it be in vain. I grabbed the terrified, weeping Abby, hauled her to her feet, and pushed her ahead of me out of the chamber and into the main passage, away from the fight. Behind me, I heard Ricky give one last defiant scream, followed by Casey's cold, enraged cry, and then a final, terrible, wet, tearing sound. And silence. I didn't look back. I just ran, dragging Abby with me, deeper into the darkness, towards the one place I knew Casey would have to go to complete her ritual. The very heart of the cave. The place where I had lost my own family. The place she called home. The path to the heart of the cave was a journey into my own personal hell. Every dripping stalactite, every echoing footstep a reminder of that last fatal expedition with Anna and Lily. I half-dragged, half-carried the weeping, disoriented Abby, my mind a maelstrom of grief, guilt, and a cold, grim resolve. Ricky's sacrifice had bought us time, but it was a currency that was rapidly losing its value in this subterranean kingdom of nightmares. The whispers followed us, no longer tempting but mocking. A constant chorus of my failures spoken in Casey's triumphant, resonant voice, echoing from the very stones around us. She waited for you, Eliard. Lily waited in the dark, but you were sleeping. You slept while the dark took them. We finally reached it. The final chamber. It was not the largest, but it was the oldest. The walls covered in a tapestry of pictographs telling stories of hunts, births, and deaths. And in the center of the chamber, a place I had avoided for years, was a single, flat-topped altar stone. This was the place where the veil was not just thin. It was shredded, a gaping wound between the waking world and the dream space of Mehi. Casey was already there. She stood before the altar, her hands raised. She was no longer just a woman. A shimmering, dark energy wreathed her body, her form seeming to flicker, to blur the edges. The power she was drawing from the cave, fueled by the sacrifices of Max and Ricky, was immense. The air was electric, heavy with a pressure that made my lungs burn and my head ache. Abby collapsed at the entrance to the chamber, curling into a fetal position, lost completely to the waking nightmare. "You're too late, Iliad," Casey said, her voice now a layered, echoing chorus of her own voice, and something older, deeper. "The final tithe has been paid. The vessel is prepared. Now all that is required is the anchor. Your consciousness, your story." She turned to face me, and for the first time I could see the true cost of her bargain. Her eyes were no longer human. They were twin pools of shifting shadow, windows into the void of Mehi itself. "I am offering you a choice, a mercy I did not offer the others. They were merely sustenance. You are a cornerstone." She laid out the ultimatum, her voice calm, rational, the voice of a god explaining the mechanics of a new cosmos. "You can offer your consciousness willingly. Step into the dream. Become Mehi's eternal prisoner, the anchor that tethers him to this world as I walk free in yours. Your story, your grief for your family, is powerful enough to satisfy him, perhaps for centuries." In return, she made a magnanimous gesture. The nurse, Abby, will be released. Her mind will be wiped clean, and she will be allowed to walk out of this cave back into the sun. A single, merciful blank slate. The alternative was unspoken but clear in the crushing psychic pressure that now filled the chamber. If I refused, Mayhe, in its rage, would simply consume us all. A far more agonizing, chaotic end, and the pact would still be fulfilled. Why? I managed to ask, my voice a hoarse croak. Why all this? Because you mortals are so fragile, the layered voice replied with a sigh of ancient ennui. You live, you love, you break, you die. It's a tedious, fleeting cycle. We offer something more, permanence, to become a story, a dream, a nightmare. That is a form of immortality, isn't it? Mayhe, now a great swirling column of shadow and stolen memories behind her, began to exert its full power on me. It didn't need illusions anymore. It delved directly into my mind, into the sealed-off, festering wound of my past. I was no longer in the cave. I was back in that tent 8 years ago. I could smell the canvas, the night air, the faint, sweet scent of Lily's shampoo. I saw Anna, her face illuminated by the soft glow of a lantern, her eyes full of a tired, gentle love. Just rest for a bit, Eli, she was saying. I watched Lily, and I saw myself, a younger, happier, more foolish man. Close my eyes, I felt the pull of sleep, the sweet, heavy relief of exhaustion. And then the dream began. A nightmare of grasping shadows, of a featureless face, of my daughter's faint, terrified coming from a great distance. I saw myself trying to run, my legs trapped in mud, trying to scream, but having no voice. I felt Anna being pulled away, her hands slipping from mine. I was forced to relive the moment of my greatest failure, the moment I chose sleep over vigilance, in an agonizing, repeating, high-fidelity loop. Each cycle was more painful, more real than the last, designed to scour my spirit, to break my will, to make the endless oblivion of the dream space seem like a welcome relief. This is your prison, Eliard, the entity whispered in my mind. It has been waiting for you. Surrender. Give us your story, and it will finally end. I was drowning in my own grief, my consciousness fracturing under the weight of the endless, repeating horror. I could feel my resolve crumbling. The idea of just letting go, of surrendering to the quiet dark, becoming a seductive promise. I was on my knees, the cold stone of the cave floor pressing into my skin, the psychic assault of Mayhe, threatening to shatter the last fragments of my sanity. The loop played again. Anna's smile, Lily's trusting face, the heavy pull of sleep, the scream in the dark. It was a perfect engine of despair, fueled by my own memory. Casey watched, her face a mask of triumphant patience, as my will eroded. But as the memory played for the dozenth, the 100th time, something shifted. Ricky's last words echoed in the back of my mind. He fed it. He gave it something it couldn't refuse. He had fed it himself, his life. But my life was not what Mayhe wanted. It wanted my story, my grief. And in that moment of ultimate despair, a new, cold, and terrible clarity arose. Casey was right. My grief was powerful. It was the most potent, most real thing I had left in the world. She saw it as a vulnerability, a weapon to be used against me. Mayhe saw it as a delicious meal, the final course in a long feast. But what if it wasn't a weapon or a meal? What if it was a cage? You want my story? I thought, not with defiance, but with a sudden, chilling calm, focusing my entire consciousness into a single point of intent. You want my grief? Then have it. Have all of it. Instead of fighting the memory loop, I embraced it. I willingly, consciously, offered it to the psychic predator. But I did not offer it as a victim surrendering to his tormentor. I offered it as a storyteller, giving a final, perfect, and utterly unbreakable gift. I poured every ounce of my being, every shred of my soul, into that single, defining moment of my life. The love I felt for Anna, so fierce it was a physical ache. The boundless, protective adoration I had for Lily. The crushing, absolute weight of my failure. The bottomless, echoing chasm of my loss. I didn't just give Mahi the events. I gave it the raw, unfiltered human meaning behind them. And Mahi, in its ancient arrogance and predatory greed, consumed the offering. It was the most potent meal it had ever tasted, and it was pure poison. The entity, a being of parasitic hunger and shadow, had no concept of the complexities of human love, grief, and self-recrimination. It was like a simple organism trying to digest a complex radioactive isotope. The pure, paradoxical power of love and loss, offered not in fear, but with a focused, sacrificial will, was something its ancient consciousness could not process. It could not feed on it. It could only become it. It could only become it. A psychic scream, not of triumph, but of pure, agonized confusion, erupted from the entity. The swirling column of shadow began to destabilize, to fracture. It was no longer a predator hunting a memory. It was trapped inside the memory, forced to endlessly experience a narrative of human love and loss, a story with no escape and no sustenance for a creature like itself. It was trapped in my heart, a ghost in its own machine. The feedback loop to Casey was catastrophic. The power that had been flowing into her, elevating her to godhood, reversed its polarity. The raw, confused agony of the now imprisoned Mahi poured back into her. She shrieked, a high, thin sound of a circuit being overloaded. The dark energy around her body dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide and completely, utterly vacant. She was an empty vessel, her consciousness shattered by the psychic backlash, a dream of godhood ending in a silent, waking void. The cave fell silent. The whispers stopped. The oppressive pressure vanished. The air became just air, cold, damp, and ancient. It was over. I stumbled to my feet, a hollowed-out man. The grief, the defining emotional core of my existence for 8 long years, was gone. I had given it away. I could remember the facts of what happened. I had a wife named Anna, a daughter named Lily. We came to this cave, and I lost them. But the feeling, the aching, soul-crushing weight of it, was absent. There was only a quiet intellectual knowledge of a great sadness, like reading a tragic story about a stranger. I helped the still confused, amnesiac Abby to her feet. We were the only 2 left. I led her out of the cave, back up into the world of sunlight and birdsong, a world that now felt strangely flat and distant. The official story became one of a sudden, unexpected cave-in. 4 dead, including the guide. A tragic accident. No one questioned the 2 survivors, one of whom couldn't remember anything, and the other who had nothing left to say. Casey Harlow was found and quietly institutionalized, a beautiful, empty shell. I left whispering hollow that day and never looked back. I was free of my penance, free of my grief, free of the ghost that had haunted me. But it was the freedom of an empty room. Months later, I am trying to build a new life in a new city. It is a quiet life, a life without flavor. This morning, I was going through an old box of my belongings from my previous life as Dr. Quinn, a life that feels like it belonged to someone else. I found an old photograph, one I hadn't looked at in years. It was of the 3 of us, Anna, Lily, and me, taken on the day we first arrived at the entrance to Whispering Hollow, smiling for the camera before our last expedition. I stared at it, trying to feel something, anything. I felt nothing. It was just a picture of strangers. But as my eyes scanned the details, I noticed something in the background of the photo. On the rock wall of the cave mouth behind us, something I had never ever seen before. It was small, almost invisible, easily mistaken for a trick of the light. I pulled out a magnifying glass. Carved into the rock in the looping, elegant script of a 19th century hand was one of the Cherokee symbols from the ceiling, the one the tribe used to signify a completed journey or a soul set to rest. And beneath it, a date was etched. It was today's date. I lowered the magnifying glass, my hand steady, my heart beating at a slow, even rhythm. I looked up from the photograph, and for the first time since leaving the cave, I felt a faint, cold whisper in the profound silence of my empty apartment. The cave had been fed. The debt had been paid. My story had been given, and my time had just run out.